fabulous. I'm looking out on a sea of blue with the occasional hint of pink. And really nice to see so many people here. Nice to see that you did take my advice and all move down to the front. But maybe that's because all the seats at the back were already filled. My instinct as well is to get you all to move out into the aisles, because last time I was in this room, I was conducting a wedding, and it looks so much nicer in the photographs if the aisle seats are all full when they're getting that shot of the bride and groom getting their first kiss. That is not what we are here to talk about. Good morning to you all, and a very, very warm welcome to the King's Mills Hotel for this Highlands and Islands Green Energy Conference. It's brought to you by the Scotsman, and it's in association with our event partners. Their names are all up there. Headline sponsor, SSEN Transmission, Fred Olsen Renewables, Highland CIC, Vattenfall, Nordex UK and Ireland, Highland Council, and Kohler Renewable Energy. I should have asked you all to cheer for your favourites. I've clearly missed a trick. I see that Highland Council are out here in force, which is terrific because they're such a key player in what happens next for our region. If we've not already met, and I guess that some of you might not want to know me better, my name is Nicky Marr, and I am really delighted to be your host for these proceedings. Now, my role today is not as an expert in green energy. You will all be totally relieved to hear. I've already had conversations this morning about funerals, weddings, and about polytunnels and allotments. Stephen and I all have a passion for allotments. But my role is to make sure that all the right speakers, all the right keynotes, all the right panelists get onto this stage pretty well to timetable, and that you know who they are. And also that we hit pretty well our deadlines for coffee and for lunch and for networking at the end, because I've been doing this long enough to understand that at conferences like this, yes, what comes off the stage is incredibly important, but also it's what happens next door, over the coffee, over the sandwiches, over the lunch. Sometimes the magic happens. You realize that there's a supplier that you're looking for, and they're just reaching for the milk at the same time as you. So it's vitally important that you get that downtime as well. The purpose of today is clear. It's to debate how the Highlands and Islands can become a world leader in renewables. The transition from oil and gas to renewables is not up for debate today. If we were talking about that, we'd need a whole other conference. And if we start on that, there's no time for anything else. Scotland has set and is sticking to its tough net zero targets. That's 2025, which is 5 years ahead of the rest of the UK. So how do we in the Highlands and Islands translate ambition into delivery? What are the opportunities and the challenges facing the Highlands and Islands as we try to position ourselves as global leaders in green energy transition? How do we make the most of the natural resources that we have here? And how do we create valuable careers for current and future generations? We need to engage with local communities so they don't feel sidelined, but they positively benefit. And skills gaps, well, they do exist. We keep hearing that, but how can we fill them? And also, instead of listening to a whole lot of old people talking, and I'm absolutely putting myself at top of the list in that regard, we also have some young people who will be taking part. They're new in this industry. What is it like for them? What attracted them to this industry? And what can we learn from people who are just starting their careers in green energy? Just a few quick words of housekeeping. We have a hashtag for today. It's HIGreenEnergy26. If anyone is still on X, no judgment from me. LinkedIn posts are most welcome as well. We can have questions at the end of pretty well most of our sessions today. We've got Amber and Melissa on roving mics. So if you do have a question, then please, keep it till the end. Try and keep it concise. We don't really want statements from the floor. We want questions for our panels and for our chairs. Although if I'm chairing a session, don't ask me anything, please. And if you can give your name before you, your name and what's your name and where do you come from? that would be great before you ask a question. Name badges, if you can keep them on. I'm realising I've taken my jacket off, so my name badge is not on, so I'm breaking my own rules, so it's not the first time. And no fire alarms planned for today, so basically just grab your children and run. If you didn't bring your children, well done. This is no place for kids. So I'm delighted that our first speaker is here. She spoke in this very room, just about over there where that TV screen is, last September at the Highland Business Awards. And to be honest, it was probably the first time that I fully understood both the complexities and the ambition of what SSEN are trying to achieve in our part of the world. We've given her, I think, 3 minutes to basically encapsulate everything that they are trying to achieve. Please join me in welcoming Christianna Logan, Director of Customers and Stakeholders with SSEN Transmission. Christianna, welcome. Oh, there we go. The stage is yours.
Thanks, Nicky. And I must say, I think it's only in the Highlands that you're welcome to the stage with a hug. This is like the friendliest place that we get to go and speak. So, good morning, everyone. On behalf of SSEN Transmission, delighted to welcome everyone to the Scotsman Highlands and Islands Green Energy Conference, now in its 5th year. This is a really important event in the calendar, and it's one that we are particularly enthusiastic about sponsoring because it brings so many of the key players in our network area together in one place. Transmission in the north of Scotland is fundamentally about connecting power from where it's generated to where it's needed. Human connection is also vital. The more we come together in forums like this to share experience, to celebrate success, and to discuss challenges, I'm convinced that we can accelerate the journey that we're collectively on to a clean power and energy secure future. And just as importantly, it's in the way that we do that to maximise the social and economic benefits for the Highlands and Islands and beyond. This part of the country is central to the clean power mission. The North of Scotland transmission area is set to have the capacity to meet 1/5 of Great Britain's clean power demand. For our part, SSEN Transmission is investing in one of the biggest infrastructure programmes that the North of Scotland has ever seen, around £29 billion of investment over the next 5 years. That's a big global number. It's also a massive opportunity to make sure that this investment delivers substantial gains and lasting legacies for the communities in this area that we are proud to serve. It's why we were the first business to sign up to the Highland Social Value Charter, which pledged us to specific outcomes in areas including contracts for local businesses, £1.8 billion, spending on roads and bridges, £200 million or more, a legacy of permanent homes with an investment of over £100 million, and investment to ensure that we get 10% gain on biodiversity across all of our projects. I can say more about how all these pledges are being realised in the panel session shortly. And we want to go further than that. So if you'll forgive me a small plug, we are later this month launching our first ever economic report, Re-energising the North, Transforming Scotland, which will detail the projected overall boost in local jobs, wealth from investing in an electricity grid that is fit for the challenges of our times. This is going to cover not least the gains in supporting high-earning employment, helping to offset outward migration of the working age population across the region. SSEN Transmission colleagues are here across the room, so if anyone would like to receive a copy of that report, please do speak to them and get yourself on the list to have that shared. But in the meantime, I think we're all very much looking forward to all of the sessions today, so without further ado, we shall move into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christianna. You did it again. Totally nailed it. Fantastic. And I feel the pressure to hug every single person who comes onto this stage. But if I do that, we're really never going to hit coffee. So forgive me if I don't greet you with the same warmth as I did. The intention is there, I promise. Christianna, you'll see, has stayed on stage because she is part of that first panel, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more about that £29 billion investment, substantial gains, and lasting legacies for communities, because communities is very much one of the things that we want to focus on later. Our first panel is Progress and Achievements in Green Energy in the Highlands and Islands. Stephen Emerson, editor at the Scotsman Insider and allotment holder, is chairing this panel. So I'd like to invite him up onto the stage, please. The other panel members are Ian Sinclair, Chief Strategy Officer of Marion Holdings, Melanie McRae, Deputy Director in Mission Control at the Department of Energy and Net Zero. Mission Control. I've always wanted a job that put me in Mission Control. And in his own Mission Control, we've got Malcolm MacLeod, Assistant Chief Executive of Place for Highland Council. Over to you, Stephen, and your panellists. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
So, good morning. My name is Stephen Emerson, and I am editor of Scotsman Insider, and I'll be chairing this opening session. This conference began 5 years ago at a very different moment in the energy transition. The targets existed, the ambition existed, the technology existed. What we didn't know yet was whether the Highlands and Islands would genuinely be at the centre of it, or whether change would happen around and despite the region. 5 years on, that question has been answered. The infrastructure is being built, the investment is landing, the pipeline is real. Scotland has more than 40 gigawatts of offshore wind in development, more than a third of the entire UK pipeline. 3/4 of the 100 billion of potential investment in this region by 2040 is in renewable energy. The Port of Nig has been transformed, cables are being manufactured, projects are in construction. That is a genuine achievement, and this panel is well placed to speak to it. But this is not the moment to stand still. The Clean Power 2030 target has less than 4 years to run. Delivery rates on wind and solar are already behind the targets set in the government's own action plan. Developers have connection offers they cannot act on. Projects that should be viable are not taking final investment decisions. And the consenting and regulatory environment of Scotland is falling behind England and Wales at exactly the moment acceleration is required. So the question for this session is not whether progress has been made, it has. The question is whether the conditions exist to go faster, and if not, what needs to change to make that happen. To help us work through that, I'm joined by 4 people who between them cover every part of this plan, from grid infrastructure to supply chain investment, from UK government delivery to local economic development. I'll now ask each of them to give an introduction to themselves and their organisation before we get started on the discussion.
Good morning. All working? Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks very much, Stephen. Great to be here. And actually, interesting the topic. I was saying to Christianna, I think it was 5 years ago. I think we were on the first panel. So it is a genuine delight to be here. The last 5 years have been a bit of a whirlwind from my perspective. I think we can look back with a sense of pride in some of the achievements, but also with, a sense of optimism, but also frustration of where we sit just now. So just very briefly, I work for a company called Marr, formerly known as Global Energy Group. We're an engineering services business that happen to own and operate the Port of Nig up in the Cromarty Firth. And we have fabrication and quayside services as a business. Back in 2021, we finished an extension to our quayside there. It's an extra 225 metres of deep water quayside. And that was with a view to seeing what was coming on the horizon. And we were involved in 55 of the 74 ScotWind bids. And in 2022, when ScotWind was announced, there was great enthusiasm and optimism about what the future held. And with that, as an organisation, we sought to position ourselves as best we could, looking at what our core competencies were, our positioning within the sector, and again, looking ahead. We drafted up a strategic plan which was based on being able to support the build-out at scale of floating offshore wind, which we understood a huge opportunity to re-industrialise the region and bring that huge economic impact that was being forecast. During that period as well, we managed to stage and marshal two of the largest offshore wind projects at the time, and that was Seagreen and Moray West. And as things stand just now, those of you that have been passing through might have seen the structures back on site again, which is now the Dogger Bank field, which is again one of SSE's projects. So things have progressed. We continue to move. We continue to be optimistic, but there are challenges that are there. I think with the Freeport coming online, that's now 3 years ago, and something that went from being a strategic ambition of having manufacturing on site is now a source of reality. You know, we've gone from that imagery, CGI imagery, to actually seeing that fully constructed and by the end of the year into production. And what the Sumitomo team have done there has been incredible. And I think that gives a real vote of confidence to, and it should for everybody in the region, that the Highlands, and in particular the Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport, is a place that can have that catalytic effect. So I think there's a lot to be optimistic about, and there's a lot to be proud about in what we've done. But there is for sure, you know, challenges that do lie ahead. But it's not just about the Port of Nig. You know, we have, and I'm seeing the audience, a number of my port colleagues. We've got great facilities. You know, Port of Nig is well pictured and well documented, but we've got Port of Cromarty first. We've got Inverness. We've got Ardasir, an investment that has gone on there as well. So again, reasons to be optimistic. So we are extremely well positioned. There's a huge amount of work that's gone in, a huge amount of investment, but, and the big but is, are we moving fast enough? And as I sit here just now, I'm saying, no, we're not, but we never are from my position. But I'll leave it at that just now for the next question.
Welcome.
Okay, thanks very much, everybody. Good morning. Coming from a Highland Council perspective, I think what I was intending to do just now was just to talk, you know, Ian's already mentioned some of the key things in terms of inward investments that have landed, the Green Freeport, and no doubt a lot of people will be talking about that later in the day. So there are other elements that the Council has been heavily involved in, the Social Value Charter, the Highland Investment Plan, and dealing with the housing challenge that we've got, which are, you know, on the side, but are absolutely essential to us delivering the confidence that inward investors need, and the confidence that communities need, that we are not just developing and then not providing the infrastructure that's required. So there's an awful lot of work on that. But what I wanted to focus on, just to give you an idea of some of the scale of the work we are involved in, is the regulatory side, particularly through the planning process. And I know I might have a tough audience for those with schemes that appeal or schemes that have been refused, but the reality is regulation is a critical part to what we need to deliver in Highland to keep communities on board and to make sure legacy is left. But really the focus has to be on better regulation, and we can, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, and there is a real need for us to continue to improve how we regulate developments. And just to give you an idea, in the past 5 years, the Council's received around 100 major and national scale renewable energy applications, you know, 20 per year, very significant on top of everything else we're dealing with. So there's a real challenge, mostly onshore wind, pumped hydro schemes and battery sites, but of course with that you get related grid connection applications as well. So just to give an idea of how long these are taking, so the average is roughly for those that are below 50 megawatts and are determined by the Council. We've been getting through these in about 13 months for these big schemes. For those where we aren't a determining authority, it's been about 57 weeks, so about 74 weeks, so about 18 months. We've currently got 44 Section 36 applications in planning. So things aren't stopping. The pressure is increasing in terms of the pressure on the authority to deliver decisions on these. And obviously everyone, the developers in the room are very regularly on the phone to David and to my colleagues wanting their space in the queue and for the determination to be carried out. One of the patterns that is happening is because developments are getting bigger, particularly in terms of onshore wind and repowering, means that they are going over that threshold and they will be determined by Scottish Government. So there is a bit of friction there. We are seeing decisions where I think the council, the approval rate was about 57% of schemes. David is nodding. But actually, in the last year, with the number that are going just to us as a consultee, actually that number is decreasing. And that is coming partly from the pressures from the scale of the developments, but also community feelings, community views. And I think it's really important, I suppose the message from me is the need for us all to work together to make sure we're starting as early as possible in the process. We're taking community on board. We have some degree of plan-led approach to this, so it's not seen as just things being happening in a random order. We do have a plan around it. And certainly our view from a council is that megawatt threshold does need to change for a lot of reasons, partly to do with local accountability and democracy in terms of the council being responsible for making more decisions locally, partly to do with resources, because clearly the fees come into the local authority area and we can bolster our team to help support development. But also we think because of efficiency and timeliness, because demonstrably the council has been faster at reaching decisions than those done centrally.
Thank you. All right. Well, I gave a bit of an introduction to SSEN Transmission and what it's doing, but for anyone who's not come across us before, we are the network owner and operator for the north of Scotland. So we have the most northerly electricity transmission assets all the way up to Shetland now, also those at the highest altitude in the Corrie Pass, and all of that brings its own challenges in terms of operating this system. We've also got the opportunity of needing to scale up our network massively to connect all of the projects that are being described, and the opportunity that comes with that for us to really supercharge the economy through that energy development. And that means we'll have to grow our network, doubling it and then doubling it again to build out sufficient capacity for those connections. And I think to Malcolm's point about bringing communities with us, what's interesting is that the research shows that the majority of people in the north of Scotland are in favour of the transition to more renewable power, and that actually around about half of people think it's not going fast enough. And I don't think that's surprising when you realise the opportunities and benefits that can come to the region as a result of that investment. And I think that is the opportunity that we all have to move that faster and to realise those benefits here. And at the moment, it's a sad thing to say that, frankly, Scotland is becoming less competitive in the opportunities it has for that investment due to challenges in terms of things like planning and transmission charges and a number of other factors that influence where investors are going to decide to progress their projects. And so I think we all need to work collectively to help make sure that Scotland stays competitive and realises this huge opportunity that we have. So I'm sure we'll come back to some of those themes as we go through.
Hi everybody, so delighted to be here. I am back in Inverness, which is close to where I grew up, which is really fantastic. So a privilege to be back here, but also I spend a lot of my time now, having worked in the energy industry probably for about 20 years, working for the UK government in Westminster. So having the views of growing up here and having family here, working here in the Highlands and Islands as well for a lot of my career, and then getting the chance to work for now the centre of where energy policy sits has been a fantastic privilege. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about clean power, about where we are with that. I think for uncover some of the points the panellists have made as well. Clean power was a manifesto commitment in 2024. There was a Clean Power Action Plan, as you know, that was then published shortly after that. And the Secretary of State, Ed Miliband at the time, brought together a team called Mission Control, which is an interesting term. Anyway, we've got our own office in London. It says Mission Control on the outside of it. Big screens, as you can imagine. That plan and the team that were brought around to deliver that set about working with the rest of DESNZ, Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, working with other government departments like the MOD, DEFRA, HMT, Treasury, to really drive forward key policies and regulation that would enable us to reach 95% clean power. And that first year, looking back on that, we've made really good inroads into that. So the Planning and Infrastructure Act, that's been mentioned today already. That became an act earlier this year and set in train real efficiencies in the planning process, and also working really closely with Scottish Government, which is a shame they're not here, because I think they are, Stephen, the other person that would be part of this who can deliver in this space as well. And we also made decisions on REMA, on market reform, to enable that investment to come through, something that hadn't been decided on for a number of years, and we really pushed that through. We've had record-breaking auction rounds for contracts for difference. We've seen onshore wind, a lot of Scottish projects benefiting there. Solar as well, coming in really cheap in terms of levelised cost of energy. And that's fantastic, I think. And also offshore wind, record-breaking offshore wind rounds with some real strong Scotland projects in that space as well. All of that with community benefits and communities at the heart of some of the policies that we're doing too. So driving forward community bill discounts for network projects, and also community benefit payments for network projects through some of the regulation that we're putting in place. So really, really important. And some of that new offshore wind coming through is cheaper than setting up a new gas plant and running a new gas plant. Which kind of brings me to where we are today, which is, and listening to this on the way up the road, the Middle East crisis and the Strait of Hormuz, what's happening there is actually a really key area of focus for us at the moment in the Clean Power team and in government. And we know a recent survey actually just came out yesterday, what communities want, said that 63% of people across the UK believe that clean power will strengthen energy security. And that's exactly what we're looking at. So what can we do now to push further on clean power? We know that exposure to volatile fossil fuels has caused around half of recessions since 1970 in this country. So the economic shock that we get every time there's a big crisis like that happens, and this extends out to us using obviously diesel and petrol in our cars, diesel maybe more so, and oil for our heating, especially in rural areas as well. What can we do? So looking forward, aside from some of the really exciting things that are happening in the space of new announcement, the new CFD budget that's happening in July, and also the cap and floor scheme that's coming soon, we're thinking about how can we double down more on clean power? What are the other things that we can do? We're looking at, and this is England only, unfortunately, Malcolm, but support for local authorities to speed up and to resource some of the challenges of having all these applications coming through. We're working with the Home Office on visas and thinking about how we can bring more ease into the supply chain there and the jobs chain, as well as building up our own domestic workforce at the same time, and that's across networks, that's across offshore wind, really, really critical areas for us in growth and in the Highlands. We're looking at how we bring clean power to consumers as well. How can we actually use this great clean power that we are generating now and that we will be generating in the future? When we started off the Clean Power Mission, we were about 65% clean power across GB. Scotland obviously has got a lot higher in terms of its percentage. We're now at 74. We're well on our way to reaching great targets and a great ambition there. 95%, this is a North Star for where we want to aim for. But how can we bring that clean power to people? And we're looking at areas like how can we speed up the electric vehicle transition? How can we increase and smooth the path for consumers for a wide range of technologies as well in that space, in the distribution network too, as well as the transmission network for clean power. So some really interesting stuff there. I'll talk about, I could talk more actually, but I'll stop.
It's really interesting, Mel, but I'm just conscious of time, and we've got a lot to cover and ground on a lot of the points I'm sure we'll come back to. The Scottish Government, we're invited, but obviously aren't here. We will follow up with them in future events and conversations we have around this topic. So I'd like to start with a point that's already been made around the need to push forward at a faster pace. And the first question is for yourself, Christianna. When we spoke last week, you said that 75% of SSEN's 2030 transmission consents are secured, but the overall clean power delivery rate is already behind target. What has to change in the next 12 months to make sure this region is pulling its weight?
That's a superb question. It's very topical. So let me clarify the numbers. So the 75% of consents we've secured are for all the strategic projects that are needed to deliver for those clean power goals. So we have 11 big strategic projects across the region. That includes some onshore and some offshore cable projects as well. And that's a combination of consents with local authorities and with the Scottish Government through the processes for those. And we've been successful in securing 75% of what we needed, which is great progress and has allowed us to get 5 of our big 11 projects into construction. And by the way, when they go into construction, that's when we can start deploying the community benefit funding that we're now allowed to do as a result of the changes encouraged through the Clean Power Unit. So really good progress. We need to get the rest of those consents secured to get the rest of the projects into construction and moving forward. And those are currently in processes of appeals and public inquiries sitting with the consents unit. So there are commitments from the Scottish Government in terms of timeframes to deliver those, but they are not hard-line requirements within policy. And that's one of the areas where we see that in England and Wales, those things have been put into fixed timelines and there are requirements to deliver. There are also some changes coming through around the risk of judicial review and trying to mitigate that, which can be a cause of further delay on decisions. And so that's the sort of thing that we're talking about when we say we need to make sure that Scotland stays competitive and that we can progress at pace to move these projects forward. It's also, even once we get those consents, how quickly we can discharge the conditions attached to those consents. You need to do that before you can actually start construction. And that's where we as a sector need to work together with local authorities that are helping us with that discharge to make sure that all of that's done before we get out. That's critical for building confidence with the local communities in the area where we're undertaking these works. They need to see that we've met all the requirements before we start these works. So those are some of the areas I would call out where we need to move faster.
And just that point about the competitive and the pace is so important, and that ties into a question for Ian. So the Sumitomo story went from, as you said, from CGI to physical infrastructure in under 4 years, but you've been clear that the pace of change of the last 5 years isn't good enough. What has to change?
I think it's important to put it into context, and we can talk about pace, but really, why are we talking about pace all the time? I mean, Melanie just touched on it there, whether it be about the Strait of Hormuz or the world warming up or the business needs in the community to reindustrialise. So I think we are in a race. You know, I think we're in a race to secure the opportunity, essentially. You know, we're very fortunate with the factory with Sumitomo in many respects. I'm a great believer in you create your own luck, but that was fortuitous in terms of timing, but also the support that was there. This was not just one business. There was a Team Scotland approach, but it took too long to get to that point. There was a lot of educating that took place, and I'm not bemoaning that one bit. But what happens is, if you're going to attend round tables or events, you need to listen, and you also need to be contributing. This is not one one business, it's not one person. This is a collective to secure this. This is new territory. So businesses need to adapt. Businesses need to understand what their core competencies are. How do they fit in? So over the last 5 years, there has been a misalignment in both public and private sector in terms of ambitions. But now we've seen that come together. And we've seen that come together because we understand that the prizes are there. Now, building a factory is one thing. Having a sustainable enterprise is another. And that's the reason for making sure that everything that we're talking about right here and now, and I know I've got some learned friends in the audience as well that feel the same way I do, where it is that competitive instinct. Scotland, and particularly in the Highlands, has got such an amazing track record of innovation and finding ways to do things. And we need to start having sessions that are not about the barriers in the sector. Everybody knows what the barriers and challenges are. We need to have sessions about solutions. We need problem solving, coming together as collectives. Because when we talk about Scotland losing that position of being competitive, a lot of that's to do with the time we take to do things. So there's a responsibility in everybody in this room. When there's an action to be had, act on it. Because you have to understand the consequences of inactivity cost. And they cost not just opportunity, but they actually cost financially. And that's a direct impact on actually our ability to be cost competitive as well. So yeah, I think that we've come a long, long way, and I will have a shout out as well, because on that process of learning, we learn by doing. Everything we do, we learn from. We have to be sharing that knowledge of the lessons learned, and to Malcolm and Highland Council, and a shout out to HIE as well, Enterprise Agency, have been phenomenal in terms of pulling that these opportunities together and that knowledge share. So yeah, it's been frustrating. But the lessons have been learned, I hope. I'm very much an optimist. And now we can translate that. Instead of 5 years, I'd like to see things turned around in 18 months now.
Thanks, Ian.
Can I cheaply just add to one of Ian's points there in terms of that cost? I think there's the economic impact and cost of delay, but there's also the impact of it to consumers. Mel spoke about the pressures that we're seeing because of the global, political impacts that we have just now. But people are feeling that on their energy bills. And Ofgem published at the time that they approved the investment in these strategic projects that the delivery on time of these strategic network projects across the UK has the potential to save consumers £2.2 billion in constraint costs. If they are delayed, then that £2.2 billion is going to impact on consumers' bills. So there is a very personal impact to people here in the north of Scotland and wider from these delays in terms of getting that delivery progressed.
No.
I could just add to that. I could say we know as well that some of the wholesale price is obviously linked to fossil fuels, but the more renewables that we get on to the market and contracted at certain strike prices, then that starts to bring this wholesale price down, and it means we rely on gas less. So it's really important that we have the network coming through, but also as well that we're looking to supply with more renewables, because then that has a double down effect. And we know, I think in 2024, with the renewables that have been contracted to date, so not all our renewables are on CFDs, then the wholesale price reduced by 30%, I think it was a quarter. Energy and an independent climate energy unit assessed that, and they're just updating that now. So really, really important as well that we keep driving for the buying renewables as well as the grid.
Sorry, I just wanted to, and I didn't pay Ian to say that, but it's very kind. But I do think there's an important point that we can learn from Sumitomo and from Haventus, and indeed from some of the work around SSE, which is the benefit of early discussions, the benefit of it being truly about a partnership, not just with the developer or landowner, it's also about the regulatory authorities coming together and saying, we are going to make this happen. And I think that is definitely one of the big improvements I've seen over the last few years in terms of just that team Highland approach about making sure we are coming together and working together. And I suppose the other point about, the 2.2 billion, that is, and it's a point I've made to SSEN before about that's fine for people in a room who understand what that means. What really needs to happen, because like you say, communities are probably less polarised as they appear, but what needs to happen is that message about savings, that message about the benefit of doing this, again, we all still need to work hard, because what I was saying earlier, we've got 44 more schemes in the pipeline. We've got a shed load of work to do on still with the grid, and people really need to feel that benefit. So whilst I'm not going to go on about community benefit, because I'd probably stop talking about 12, but the point is we've got to break that benefit down and explain it to people in a more easily digestible form.
Question for you around planning and where the biggest delays are occurring, and if the system is structurally capable of moving at the pace that it needs to, faster than we have for the past 5 years.
So I think in terms of resources are a challenge. These are big schemes, and 75% I'd say is a good strike rate, because the scale of some of these schemes is absolutely vast, and the technologies, the complexities are difficult. So, resources, but actually it's finding people. So there's a big system issue here about having the right people who are in place. So in order to deal with that, what can we do differently? We need to think differently about what we're doing, and that means getting it right first time. So, not having to be back and forward, actually getting in early and doing that. And I think, so we can talk about delays, but I'd rather talk about some of the positive things we are doing. So conditioned discharge schemes, I think we've been relatively successful at driving these forward, and developers have been willing to contribute to that in terms of resource to make sure that we are resourced to do it. Pre-application work, I think, is vastly improved from where it was before. So I think the missing parts would be around the wider regulation. It's not just about planners sitting in offices in Glenurquhart Road and Inverness, it's about our partners, and there has been a bit of a retraction, I would say, across other regulatory bodies, and I think that really needs looked at, not just for renewables, but generally across the piece. They need to be supported and perhaps looked at differently. I think we need to take forward that explanation part to try and get through some of the stuff we've got to get through in terms of the whole process, so we're not ending up with as many objections at the end, that we are trying to mitigate as we go along in a more effective fashion. So, and then I've made the point about delays. I think it probably would split the room about whether it should be the Scottish Government to make the decisions or whether they're made locally. I think we've shown we can deliver schemes quicker, and certainly I'd like that to be considered.
With having Mel on the panel, I'm keen that we touch on transmission charging. So we've just described slow consent and stalled investment decisions and unsolved resolved the transmission charging. But there's a wider context that makes it urgent. So while Scotland is wrestling with these blockers, the environment south of the border is changing fast. The Planning and Infrastructure Act is now law in England and Wales, and Scottish generators are facing a £1 billion transmission charging liability that their southern counterparts are not. Scotland has the best renewable resource in Europe, but right now the conditions for realising it are deteriorating relative to England. Mel, TNUOS reform is reserved for Westminster. It's entirely within the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero and Ofgem's gift to fix. What is the timeline for resolving transmission charging?
Great question. Thanks for asking me. So when I talked about the Clean Power Mission earlier, I talked about working across government departments. I was all going to say as well, the complexity of the energy system in that space is phenomenal, and what we're doing is not easy, but we are driving forward what we can. And I think Tunos is one of those ones that we have absolutely been looking at over the last while. And we absolutely recognise the challenges in this space. We are listening. We hear what people are saying, really very keen and engaging out and about. We want to hear the challenges, and we understand them. Ofgem have a call for input at the moment, and I think that's worth everybody being aware of. You probably are in the room, but please do make sure that you feed into that. We've looked at how we manage existing TNUoS. What can we do now? What can we do possibly now? And what the trade-off is there between delaying AR8. So we need to have it in before a CFD round, any changes, and also it takes time to make those changes. It needs powers to be granted to Ofgem that they don't have already. We are looking at those powers to speed up that process, but unfortunately, ministers took the decision that if we did that before AR8, it would delay AR8. It's very much something that we are looking at. I think one of the things I mentioned to Ian earlier is that the clean power sort of approach to energy is the first time we've really gripped across government, I think, the whole electricity system as a whole, including demand side and consumer-led flex and storage, and including generation and networks, and brought it into a bundle. And in the last 18 months that we've been working on it, there's definitely some things that we've moved on and other things that are frictions in the system that we know now we need to sort out in the future. The Strategic Spatial Energy Plan is coming later this autumn. That we'll also, alongside that, and something called the Reform National Pricing Programme and the delivery plan, be thinking inherently about how locational charging works. And that call for evidence is part of that, and how we input to that. So the future SSEP, which will be the next step, really, from clean power, and that's something the unit are starting to do as well, is think about post-2030, is really, really key in this space, I think, to come back to.
Well, thanks for that overview and the insight to that. I'm keen to get a few questions from the audience before we move on to the next panel. So, Nicky, do you want to help with the Q&A? Yeah. Do we have any questions, first of all, for the panel? Gentleman with the blue shirt at the back.
Hi, thank you. My name's Stephen King. I'm a renewable energy lawyer at Harper McLeod Solicitors. My question's for Malcolm. Just from the council's point of view, obviously there's going to be a lot of wind farms needing repowering over the next 5 to 10 years, and I take it that's something that the council are already sort of factoring in, and is the planning process for that going to be, or I mean, is it the same as planning for a brand new wind farm? Obviously things have changed a lot in the probably 30 years since said wind farm was given its consent, but are timescales for a repowering expected to be the same as timescales for a brand new wind farm, for example?
Who wants to? Malcolm?
So probably is the honest answer. They're bigger, they're taller, they're bring with them a whole different set of issues. So, but again, the message to all developers is if you come in early enough and you come in first time and get it right first time, then that will take delay out of the process. And I keep saying it, but we do keep getting schemes that it's almost like, we'll chance our arm, see what happens. And we've got to get more mature about it, I guess, is that we've got to both work together to what the end point's going to be before applications come in. I think that's the best advice I can give anyone to speed up that process. I think the fact they're bigger and they're all over the 50 megawatt threshold means the decision will be for Scottish ministers, which frankly builds in, you know, a longer time period, which is why we are of the view that there should be a review of that threshold.
I think we're
out regarding the threshold, by the way.
Yeah. Nicky, out of time? Or?
I'm so sorry, we are out of time. Sorry. I turned round there and I could see so many hands in the air. We are out of time for that session. Can I thank all of our panellists and also Stephen, our chair, for that. If you would like to, we have some seats down at the front. If those of you who are waiting, if you have an empty seat next to you, could you please raise your hand so the people at the back who who are standing outside can come in. In you come. Don't be shy, please. Oh, they've all run away. Right. Well, while they make up their minds as to whether they are coming in or not and are going to, please come in, join us, have a seat. You'll all have had your own takeaways from that session, and thank you very much for that. Absolutely fascinating stuff. My takeaways for that, there are races. There is a race to secure the opportunity, and we are not necessarily running as fast as we can. No one else would say it in so many words, but I can. The Scottish Government do not seem to be helping us to stay competitive. Delays are impacting consumers' energy bills, and the messages about savings are not getting out there. And there are huge benefits of early discussion and partnership work to make things happen. We all need to be part of Team Highland. You'll each have taken away your own views on what that session was about, but we are now moving on. And I'm delighted to say that, as far as I'm aware, the rest of the panellists are all staying for the rest of today, or at least until lunchtime, so you can catch them on a one-on-one basis. Our next session is called Attracting and Retaining a Competent Workforce. As the green energy sector develops across the Highlands and Islands, one of the biggest questions is not just how many jobs, careers might be created, but how we attract people in, how we develop the right skills, and crucially, how we retain people in the Highlands and Islands for the long term. This is about more than training. It's about confidence. It's about visibility of career pathways. It's about regional challenges like transport, housing, and infrastructure. And it's about how employers and educators and industry bodies work together to make opportunities real and sustainable. We have a terrific panel for this discussion. And I really am going to let them do most of the talking. I'd like to welcome, please, to the stage Stephen Sheridan from UHI, and I will allow them to introduce themselves and become Stephen. Mark Lamont from Opito, I think that's how he pronounces it, but O-P-I-T-O anyway, he's nodding, that's a good sign. Hayley Strachan, a partner with Deloitte's LLP. Hayley is right at the back, come on in. And Callum McIntosh from High Skills. Up you come. Have a seat, lady and gentlemen, and I will ask you to introduce yourselves. We'll start with you first, Stephen. Just a very brief introduction, who you are, what you do, and where you fit in to this particular discussion that we're having over the next 40 minutes or so. Thanks.
Great, thanks, and good morning, everyone. So I'm Stephen Sheridan from UHI. We are Scotland's newest university, but we've got a big history in the Highlands and Islands. For about 50 years, many of our partner colleges have been around delivering vocational training. So delighted to be back here today. Energy is a big part of what we do. By the nature that we have came from colleges, we're kind of very, very vocational, and actually a lot of our kind of historical strengths around construction engineering really play well into this sector as well. Give you a bit of an idea about the scale. We've got 36,000 students, so that's from Shetland right down to Argyll and everywhere in between. And I think, like many people, we're also a business in the Highlands as well, so we kind of are working in that environment where we're seeing the economy growing, we're seeing huge kind of appetite and demand from employers, but we're also facing the reality, I think, that we've got the population crisis, we still have the trends of people being drawn away to the Central Belt and out with Scotland for work and for education as well. In terms of some positives, I think for UHI, we've got some really, really good links with industry, particularly the energy sector as well, and a big thanks to everybody here today. We've got some great support from employers and developers, supporting our students through scholarships and bursaries, informing our kind of curriculum, providing work experience and recruiting from our courses as well, which truly, really...
And that sort of collaboration is vital, because academia does not exist in isolation. It has to work with industry, and it has to work with employers, because otherwise you're turning out students who might not necessarily fit the jobs that exist.
Yeah, and I think that's, hopefully that's our USP, is a link to employers as well. So apprenticeships is a good example of that. So we've got over 1,300 apprentices on training with us just now, so probably one of the biggest in Scotland, if not the biggest in Scotland, many of them in construction engineering. We've actually doubled the numbers in the past kind of 5 years around apprenticeships as well. And just finally, we are at universities, so we're looking out across the piece at all levels just now as well. We're responding to something, albeit it's taken us 2 years. When we talked about town planning, I think at this conference, when it was raised, we're looking at that just now about how we can bring that in. And I think, again, we're working with both the private and the public sector about that development, trying to meet kind of both needs and make it sustainable as well.
Well, that will be music to Malcolm's ears if you're producing planners, the planners of the future, and also to people who are, wanting to get their developments through, because they need planning experience on both sides of that. And personally, you've got about a 20-year experience with Skill Development Scotland, 20-year career behind you. So you've got that SDS experience, and you also came from a construction background. So you're really there on this panel with many hats on and having that overview of so many different elements of what we're just going to be discussing.
Yeah, no, I'm unashamedly biased. I love construction, love engineering, love energy, and it's kind of been working around that for a lot of my career as well. So it's just really, really great, I think, to see UHI at the kind of heart of what's happening here regionally as well. So
well,
plenty
delighted
challenges,
to have you.
But plenty of opportunities as well.
Delighted to have you on the panel. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing your take on it all. Mark, over to you. Where do you fit into this jigsaw, and what is it that you do?
Morning, everyone. Oh, sorry. Firstly, my throat goes. I apologise, I've had a bit of a cold. My name is Mark Lamont, Skills Policy Manager at APITO. For anyone who doesn't know, APITO are a standards and qualification body for the energy sector. We do work across various energy sectors, UK-based, headquartered, but we do have offices all around the world. We have almost 600,000 registrations for our courses every year. And as a not-for-profit, I suppose, we fund a similar apprentice program, an energy apprenticeship program. We really look, I suppose, to see how we can invest in young people through STEM initiatives, DE&I, even attraction piece. How can we get people working within other sectors to energy? This can be anyone from construction all the way to kind of military personnel. How can we transition? How can we encourage a workforce of the future?
Brilliant. And 600,000 is quite a number of people who are going through your books effectively. So you've got a really good overview then of what people are training for, what people want and what's attractive. And yeah, you're talking to folk who are actually going to be, hopefully, our employees of the future.
And what we're trying to do as well is, it's rather than just classroom cell-based courses, is a lot more adapting how we kind of deliver, how the courses are delivered. There's a lot more flexibility now, things like virtual reality, how the programs can actually be delivered, be actually more relevant, interesting for delegates to attend.
Okay, so we've got two people here who are then effectively creating or helping to create our workforce of the future. Hayley, you're a partner with Deloitte's LLP. Where do you fit in then to this jigsaw?
Maybe slightly controversially, I'm not a skills expert and I'm not a Highlands and Islands expert. So what am I doing here? Where I can fit into the picture is to talk maybe about some trends and themes that I see working with employers and workforce in the energy sector. So I've got 18 years of experience supporting employers with managing and deploying global workforce. So that's obviously globally, but also domestically. And myself and my team work to help employers in the region with understanding how they can engage their workforce, so direct employment or contracting and diverse workforce models, for example. And then it's about managing some of the issues around actually, getting people on the ground, how to achieve that, and compliance on an ongoing basis. But I guess in terms of what I'm going to bring to the discussion today, it's talking about, insights and themes from conversations I have with employers across the sector, across the country, and also talking to some of the kind of bigger themes and insights that I see coming as a challenge or opportunity for all employers, and thinking about then how that could apply in this sector and in this locality.
Okay, thank you very much. That makes really good sense then. You're coming at it from the employer's point of view and how, there's so much we can talk about there. Callum, High Skills, introduce yourself and where you fit into our jigsaw of discussion today.
Thanks, Nicky. I'm disappointed I never got a hug when I came on the stage.
There's always coffee time.
Callum McIntosh, director at High Skills and co-founder of High Skills. I suppose my background is I was probably born into construction and infrastructure. When I was born, my father handed me a hammer or a model digger, and my kind of career path was set. I was either going to choose joinery or infrastructure, and when I was 15, I chose infrastructure. And over the last 10 years of my career, I've been working representing my industry and the industry trade body, and particularly within that working on things like workforce development, diversity and inclusion, new apprenticeship programs, and really promoting the sector specialisms within the infrastructure sector that typically go unknown and underrepresented. When people leave school, they automatically think of the usual biblical trades, but people typically don't think of the other 180 occupations that go into infrastructure as a whole. So that's been my big focus. And more recently, at the beginning of last year, we created the concept for establishing an industry-led training facility, which we want to place in the Highlands, because we want the Highlands to be a destination for sector skills. We can be a world leader in renewable energy. Why can't we be a world leader in training the renewable energy sector and the infrastructure sector as a whole? Make the Highlands a destination for that. So we created High Skills as a community interest company with a growing number, 50 plus regional and national businesses working in the region, to create an industry-led, industry-owned training facility here in the Highlands.
I love that ambition. I love that ambition. Well, thank you all for explaining who you are really succinctly and where you fit in. The headline title of this session is Attracting and Retaining a Competent Workforce. When we talk about that, is it mainly a skills challenge, or is it something broader than that? Because we talk, oh, well, we need a workforce. There's going to be 18,000 jobs, 16,000 jobs, 12,000 jobs. I mean, so many huge figures bandied about. Is it skills, or is it something broader than that? We'll come to you first, Stephen.
Thanks very much. I think that's the kind of key question, isn't it? So I think we talk a lot about skills gaps and et cetera, et cetera. I suppose I kind of look at it in slightly different ways. So I think first and foremost, there's a people gap in the region. We're forecast to have 50,000 less working age population across the Highlands and Islands in 10 years' time if we have now. And I think
And this is because of our ageing population.
it's because of the ageing population. So I think our population is due to decline by 20,000, and the gap is almost kind of migration of people who are not contributing economically, so older generations as well. So there's a demographic challenge we're facing. I think we see that now about the transient workforce that's kind of coming into the region as well. And I think we need to kind of work about how we deal with that. And I think that's interesting because it can't just all be about young people. So, you know, there is a finite amount of young people. This stat may not be true, so don't quote me on it, but I do like to say it, that there's more jobs in NHS Highland every year than there is school leavers coming out of school. So it's about the same size. So, and there's obviously increased competition from other sectors as well. So there's definitely a kind of people gap. There's an occupational gap. So, you know, I think some of the aspirations from High Skills talking about specialist provision is right. So traditionally it's been biblical trades, because that's where SMEs in the main in this region employ, and there's never been economies of scale from the sector to do something more locally, and hopefully that's going to change with the direction of travel we've got now as well. And we're seeing it in some of the acute pressures professions, and planning is a good example about that as well. Then I think in terms of skills gaps, there's definitely skills gaps emerging. So like the project management, digital skills. So a lot of jobs are now becoming clearly more technical and requiring all these skills. We're tackling with AI, etc. And I think a big thing for UHI and schools is about, I suppose, the work readiness of people coming out of the skill system as well. And I think that's an often cited one from employers about a kind of potential skills gap about how ready they are for the world of work. And I think that's not just necessarily having the technical skills when they come out, but it's actually, you know, the kind of meta skills, as Skills Development Scotland call them, the kind of graduate attributes that you need to go in there and contribute, hopefully, straight away.
And be able to communicate with people, and because it's a huge part of it all. So it's a hugely complex thing. It's not as though we just say, oh, well, here's all the skills we need to fill. It's massively complicated because we don't have the people to fill them necessarily. And, well, I don't know whether the people coming out of schools necessarily want to fill some of these roles. Callum, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think you know, do people leaving school want to fill these roles? A lot of them don't know that these roles exist at all, you know.
So it's a communication problem.
100%. We always say you can't be what you can't see. In fact, we said it here to many people last year. But that's absolutely true. But it's not just people leaving schools that don't want to do this. There are a huge number of career transitioners. They don't know about many of the occupations that exist as well. And I think it's incumbent on us all to kind of build that into a kind of brand image, if you want, and really sell all the occupations that go into the industry, and then go further than that and demonstrate to people that you can come into the career and build a career in the industry, but you can enter it at any point, and you can climb your way through industry, and you can exit at the top if you want.
Okay.
And I think the Highlands is actually a very good example of, you know, we have so many success stories in the Highlands of businesses that have started out very small, started out as apprentices. Now they're owners of businesses employing hundreds of people. So the Highlands is a great success story of that, and we need to kind of replicate that as well and expand
So
on
the opportunity then is there, but it's a case of letting people know, and not just young people. These are the opportunities. These are the jobs that exist. They're not the jobs you necessarily think, oh, well, if you don't see it, you can't be it. And it's about, a lot of it is about communication. Hayley, I saw you scribbling some notes down there. Was that just, you know, shopping lists or things for your own reference, or did you want to come in?
No, it was really actually something that you were saying, and it's really why I'm here as well, is that sometimes I think we look at the energy sector and the particular challenges or opportunities that, you know, that there are around attracting a workforce into energy, but actually it's helpful to look at the challenges of actually all of the other sectors that are employing graduates and employing apprentices and looking for workforce in general, and actually thinking about those bigger trends and then how they apply kind of to the energy sector specifically, because you're not only competing against yourselves, right? You're competing against all of the other careers and options and employers that exist too. So I thought that was a good point, that was all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, if that stat about NHS Highland is true, I'm horrified, absolutely horrified, and it really makes me want to stay very, very well indeed, so I don't need the NHS, and we can leave that for other people. But, you know, hospitality, it doesn't matter which industry you go to, there are people who are looking for, crying out for skills, for people to come and work in their industries. So green energy is one industry, but goodness, yeah, competing against it. You've got your microphone poised, ready to speak, Callum.
And not just competing domestically against all these other things that are happening, but infrastructure in particular is a very transient business. The workforce is very transient. So we're competing on a global stage for talent all around. You know, people are cherry picking our talent as well and shipping them across to the rest of the world too. So we've got competition left, right, and centre. It doesn't matter if it's sectoral or internationally, you know, we're under pressure. And then to top it off, if I can be even more controversial, Christianna, I hope you're listening.
She's taking notes.
Our best, or arguably one of our biggest, bar the government customers in the sector is SSE, and SSE are fiercely looking for talent as well. So we're competing with our biggest customer as well for good, skilled people, and to retain them in our own businesses too. So, yeah, it's a very hot place to be.
And just harking back to that last session, if this is a global race, which it is, and we're in that race, but we're not running fast enough, then the competition for the people, when we'll lose not just contracts, and we can maybe get on to Ming Yang, but we will, you know, we're losing people as well, because the world is getting smaller as, you know, AI and everything else is coming on board, and we can all work remotely in a lot of these jobs. So the challenge is huge, but how big is the challenge? We do hear these headline numbers, and I don't know how often I've heard, you know, 12,000 jobs, 18,000 jobs, 2,000 careers. You think, well, how can that fit in? And are these to do with infrastructure and creating what will ultimately become the legacy, the long-term legacy that our region is hoping for and has ambition for? Well, how big is the problem? I mean, Mark, you're working over in the Aberdeen way, but globally. How do you see our challenge? How big is it?
There's no point in sugarcoating. It's huge. The whole, we picked the north. You touched on the northeast of Scotland. That's where I'm based, Aberdeen. A few years ago, there was the kind of, I suppose, thought oil and gas personnel would transition to clean energy. It's not happening. Why would they? without sounding disrespectful, why would
Well,
they?
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Because, we're seeing this ambition that we have, the opportunity that we have in Highland to be the world leader in renewables. Why wouldn't anyone who works in oil and gas, and let's face it, that's on the downturn in Scotland, and let's not get political, it's a fact. Why wouldn't they want to be part of the next big thing and transition to renewables?
The honest answer is simple. This is not something that Peter comments on. This is my opinion. Money.
Money.
Why would you go from working 20 years oil and gas, then transition to a renewable sector, where you could take that North Sea badge of honour, take it abroad, month on, month off, earn possibly more than you will in the North Sea. So why would you? Where's the attraction?
I can maybe help you out with an independent stat. So OUK published last year in their Workforce Insights report a stat that they had commissioned an independent review to understand about the pay gap between renewables and oil and gas. And from that report, it was between 15 and 30%, the pay gap still, and that was last year, obviously. But check out that report if you want to see the data. And it was pretty much 15 to 30% across most role types, job types. So it was still quite a gap. But again, that's not my data, that's OEUK, so check out the report, just to help you out. So it's not your comment from a Pito.
Yeah, I could come in on that as well. So it was kind of one of my questions coming in, rather than being able to answer it, was about the transition. So, a lot of talk about transition training, but where are people transitioning from? And in my experience, working for Skills Development Scotland and when I was with CITB, lots of kind of transition schemes from government, but people aren't going to leave higher paid, highly skilled jobs to go into something that's potentially not as secure and emerging and pays less as well. And actually, people are probably more likely to transition from other sectors which are less secure, lower paid, and moving into high value, high skilled jobs. So I think when you look at the people challenge, it's sometimes more about, taking people who are long-term unemployed and NEETs into sectors that are readily employable and they can train quickly, and potentially moving cross-sectoral is probably more realistic, I think, than actually expecting people to transition at a time when, who knows where the oil and gas sector is going to go in the next kind of 5 to 10 years. But
I was going to say, even this time around a year ago, I was at an event. The title of the event was called "Where are the Clean Jobs?" We hear headlines all the time. 1,000 jobs. When? Where? There's a lot. If you see a cut, 50 jobs getting cut, you know that's going to happen pretty much in the next couple of months. We need to see. So the work that Peter's undertaken just now, we're looking at workforce modelling. We fund a labour market intelligence tool. We try and project where are the jobs, oil and gas, wind, carbon capture, etc. Where are they regionally? It's a free tool. I'd encourage anyone to jump on and have a look. It shows the numbers of people. It breaks it down to roles. What roles are required as well for the future, not just the headline numbers.
So what would you do? How would you fix this? Because Ian in that last session said, well, we all know the challenges, we all know what's wrong, we all know where, what the brick walls we're coming up against. How do we fix this if we've got, a population, an oil and gas population who you would think would have very transferable skills, and thanks to organisations like yours and yours and yours, the opportunities are there for people to relearn, retrain, and come in and help us be the green powerhouse, give us the clean energy that we and our communities deserve, and the careers for local people too. How do we fix this? Let's look for solutions. Do any of you have any ideas? And I'm very glad to see you putting your microphone towards your mouth.
I'm just going to try and be a bit more optimistic here. So I think, despite what we've said, what we're seeing just now, and it's touched on in the first panel session, is significant investment in our infrastructure, whether it be at ports, whether it be in power distribution. So that is here now. And I think when you break it down, whether it's 16,000, 50,000, 4,000 jobs, there's a lot of jobs in construction and engineering at kind of technical professional levels now. And I think whether they then transfer into other sectors in the future, those are the kind of core competencies, the core occupations that are needed in the Highlands and Islands. And I'd be pretty confident. I've got 3 kids who are now coming out of kind of higher education, construction and engineering is a good place to be, and there will be jobs in the future. So I think you touched on about kind of clean messaging before. I think the messaging's a big issue, and I think the numbers sometimes get in the way. But there are lots of jobs. These are the sectors they're in. You know, once manufacturing takes off on scale here, there's all the skill sets. To meet that might involve a wee bit of retraining, etc., but we can do it now. So I think it's the different horizons that are there. We're in that kind of investment, building it, infrastructure horizons now, which have its own needs, I think then maps over to potentially where the kind of future industries will be as well. So it's potentially not all doom and gloom, but it does address, I think, what we're saying is that kind of simplistic view of a transition is only coming from oil and gas when one doesn't switch off and one doesn't switch on as cleanly as maybe they would like.
No pun intended. Yeah.
I think even campaigns in the past, the example I always use is the gentleman who worked in Bly for the Royal Navy.
Oh,
Everybody
yes.
knows that advert.
That advert,
I've got
you
no
know,
intention to join the Royal Navy. I'm still talking about this how many years on. Like I said, he's born and brought up Bly, that kind of stuff, and brought up in the Navy. But it's that kind of campaign. The other thing people have got to bear in mind is working in energy doesn't mean necessarily climbing a wind turbine, going offshore, working carbon capture. It could be a legal route. It could be a human resources role, an accounting role. All these roles are obviously still there. 86% of roles in traditional oil and gas can be transitioned to clean energy.
They can.
They can.
They can, but the money's, you've just said that the money is not there, and why would they come and work in the Highlands and Islands with a lot of the uncertainty that we know exists? Why would they do that when they can get double the money going to Africa or going to Europe and taking their northeast qualifications and reputation with them? That's a huge barrier to overcome. Hayley, you have, Deloitte have produced a report about what the new generation or the current generations are looking for. The Gen Z and Millennial Survey 2026, headline takeaways from that about what young people are looking for in careers. And I know we're just talking about young people, but you know, and it's not just about young people, but let's start there.
No, that's fair. It's a good segue into it, I think, because one of the headlines from the report, so the report, it's a survey of 22,500 millennials and Gen Z individuals across 44 countries. So it is that macro kind of approach to the, you know, it's definitely not, I don't have a Highlands and Islands cut of the data, for example. But some of the themes that come out of it are around the point of interest in not necessarily climbing the ladder, not necessarily leadership roles, but actually continuous learning and staying relevant and being able to build skills to be resilient to labour market change or, you know, demand. So that point about, you know, lifelong learning almost, or being able to understand career paths, so it's not job specific, it's maybe is a story about how you can flex and move during a career, and but there's you know, prioritization of building those types of skills over progression in leadership roles, for example. So that came out as one of the themes that's maybe of interest to this discussion. I think in terms of some other stats from the report that's maybe interesting, I'm just going to refer to notes to make sure I get them definitely right, but it's already been mentioned about housing and accommodation and the importance of that. So one of the things that came out was nearly 70% of the surveyed individuals say that available affordable housing is a key factor in where they're choosing to live and work. So that's huge if that's, you know, representative of one of the challenges, and think about how that challenge might apply locally. And then one of the other things was around nearly all respondents, I think it was 97%, I might be doing that stat injustice, but it's close to 100, said that purpose is really important to them to choose, and that there is something like 40% had made conscious choices to reject projects, work, employment, because of misalignment with beliefs and you know, that purpose was really important to them. But that could be something that plays into hands here, right? Because then you're able to tell a story to say, well, actually, here's how we can connect into that. So again, not all doom and gloom, right? But it's then that communication piece presenting that opportunity in the way that is connecting with, you know, what the next or the current generations of talent are looking for. And then the next thing is that this was a survey of millennials and Gen Z, but actually then there's Generation Alpha to come into the workforce before the end of the decade as well. And what will they be looking for? You know, so the whole thing has to be really dynamic. We need to be dynamic in responding to what the workforce is looking for, and the workforce itself is quite dynamic. So those are some of the kind of key headlines, I think, from that report, and you know where they might have relevance or interest in the room.
Well, I don't know about you, but and it's not my place to feel optimistic or otherwise. I'm just the sort of moderator here. But I do feel more optimistic having heard you say that, because there is a lot there that I feel that the green energy industry can tap into. That idea of purpose, that idea of career, of continuous learning, of transitioning from one thing to another. Your take on that, Callum? I mean, where are you sitting on all of this just now?
No, some good, interesting points there. I mean, I recognise a lot of what you said there, Hayley. You know, young people are making conscious decisions about the careers they choose and the impact that they have long term, globally or environmentally, or just on others. I think that you know, there's definitely that whole attraction piece, and we talk a lot about green energy, and then we match that with green jobs. And I've been quite frustrated over recent years how basically if we don't sell it as a green job, it's a brown job, which means it's a bad job. So these people don't choose it because it's a dirty job. However, the trends are saying actually, no, we really need to get switched on with that and start selling these jobs as just good, clean, prosperous, positive outcome jobs. But for me, probably bigger than the attraction piece is the retaining people in the industry, and that there's some wins out of that as well, where you mentioned pathways there, Hayley. You know, that's critical. The people that we have in our businesses today, we need to set them off on career pathways and show where they can go and how they can get there. That's critical, and we need to support them. And you were talking about lifelong learning. I call it a kind of buzzword, edu-work. We all talk about CPD, but everybody should be learning on the job, no matter how old you are. I go to work every day, and every day is still a learning day for me. But we need to consciously invest in our workforce and allow everybody to be training on the job. We talk about it in apprenticeships. You can earn while you learn. Yep. But why can't you also learn while you're earning?
Once you're over the age of 24.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the retention piece is a kind of bigger piece that comes out the back of that, but there's lots of synergies between what you've said there.
So lots of communication then, lots of actually meeting people where they're at, lots of perhaps shifting slightly the emphasis of how jobs, well, careers, should we be calling them careers rather than jobs, and not that, you know, the dirty jobs, the clean jobs. Mark?
Yeah, when you were speaking, that's what I was kind of thinking, that it's not just, you shouldn't be training for a specific role, unless it's obviously something like brain surgery, that's totally different, but within energy, yeah, you're thinking it should be more generic. Our apprentices, mechanical, electrical, instrument, or a process. So electrical, this can be applied to oil and gas, it can be applied to wind. There's elements, there's so much cross-training. Rather than just thinking, people will have ambition, but at the same time, you need to have that kind of ability to kind of really, I suppose, be resilient, be adaptable for the future. A lot of what's coming is unknown, I suppose, for the future. Again, Stephen touched on meta skills are going to be huge. Primary school, high school pupils are getting taught more and more about meta skills. My daughter, when she's completing work, after she's completed a piece of work, she's having to explain what meta skills is involved. And it's because this is something that we really need to work on, and that's something that needs to be considered.
So training people, allowing them to continue to train throughout their careers. But we're not just talking about jobs that are dirty jobs in a clean environment. It's not just engineers and people like that we're looking for. I mean, Hayley, there's a huge number of different careers, and maybe that word is not getting out as well, because it's not just about the construction and the operation of energy companies.
Yeah, I think that's really fair, and I think if you think about the types of behaviour that type of conversation might encourage, if you talk about a job and it maybe is construction, or it's maybe got I guess, maybe a shelf life in terms of, you know, at other events I've heard a renewables business talk about how they have a huge talent requirement, but it's very short term. And so, or their requirements, there's lots of requirements. They have a requirement over the long term, but those requirements keep changing at different phases.
So you might have a construction phase and you
right,
know,
and so to think about, you know, costs of relocating, for example, you know, is it without the certainty of something, a longer term picture, or, you know, being able to talk about a career rather than a job that maybe has a shelf life, you know, is that going to encourage the behaviour to then relocate and incur that cost? And that's our employer is going to support that, or our individual is going to make that investment. You know, that's a difficult choice to make without some of that certainty over, you know, is this a career or is it a job?
Yeah, okay. I'm very conscious that we're running into the last 10 minutes of the session, and there may be questions that you have, but you mentioned certainty and uncertainty, and I can't let this discussion go without talking about political and economic uncertainty, because there were pretty huge shockwaves went through the community in March when Ming Yang's plans to open their £1.5 billion wind turbine manufacturing plant at Ardersier were blocked by Westminster. And I do wonder if confidence took a real nosedive then. How much does political or economic uncertainty affect the willingness of, I suppose, employers to keep going and employees or potential employees to look at this sector or the Highlands and Islands as a really good place in which to invest their time, their energy, their skills and their money effectively? Does that really impact? I mean, Hayley, do you want to dive in on that one first?
I mean, I'm definitely going to avoid the political question.
Please, feel free.
But what I can talk about is, again, just what I see, and anecdotally, the businesses that I work with, it's not only the largest businesses that are exploring overseas opportunities. It's not only the largest businesses that are attracting talent from overseas. That picture has kind of changed, and that has dropped down a level or two in terms of the level, the size of an organisation or the level of business maturity before businesses are exploring overseas opportunity. And so I suppose that's my kind of way of answering the question, in that, you know, what I'm seeing is that there appears to be a theme, you know, that actually there's a level of attraction to looking beyond, you know, local market for opportunities. And I see that with employers who are then, as I say, deploying people overseas to pick up opportunities, and then the employees who are willing to respond to that request.
Okay. Yep, Stephen, briefly.
Point. I think when you kind of try and link supply and demand from training to demand for employers, I think the timing is critical, and I think that's sometimes the challenge. Sometimes the education sector will be, you know, accused of not responding fast enough, but, you know, I think Ming Yang, without getting political, is a good response. We were considering the skills needs that would bring, and then it doesn't happen. And, you know, so it does need to realise when we look at the RTO work from High, which is forecasting £100 billion of investment, is great in a number of ways because it gives that level of security, but it is down to timing. I suppose just very quickly though, I think it's worth recognising that a lot of our employers are SMEs in the region, and there's other pressures on employers now. So the whole political economic uncertainty is a big issue. So the kind of cost of doing business for employers, the cost of employing young people, all impact on making it seamlessly work from training people for the right jobs right through. And I think, you know, the more support for employers to engage with education, the better. I'm just back from an event in Birmingham for a couple of days, and we're talking about some of the incentives coming from the mayoral authorities, and also some of the incentives coming from Irish government, which would be more than welcome up here, because actually there does need to incentivise employers, kind of both recruitment from education, but also I think engagement in the training as well. So it's not easy. You know, we appreciate the work that we get from employers and the support they give us, but I think conscious that at all levels it's challenging for people, and I think that's the kind of where we're at in the current climate.
And when you look at, you know, we're going to need this number of construction workers, this number of welders, this number of whatever else, they don't just come from nowhere. and that thing. I mean, you need to be training them, but yeah, it is. Gosh, I feel as though I've brought it down a wee bit, but I don't think that we can move forward until we actually understand the challenges that we face. Any questions from the, well, Christianna, you've already said enough. No, you've not. You have your hand up, yes, but I will allow you to come in. There's a question just there, yes. Just who are you, and very quickly what your question is. Thank you. Want to take that one? Sure. Is that one on? Kai?
I can project if that would help.
You're fine? Mic's on.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your talk. That was really, I'm one of the people that you're talking about, and there aren't a lot of us that, you're right, want to move up here, but I happen to, I guess, be insane, I suppose. But yeah, I guess my question is more, you're talking about like all the jobs, careers that you're hoping to get us new people into, and I'm just wondering how you suggest going about that for someone that can't really find a lot of career opportunities up here in the Highlands and Islands, specifically for engineering, if that's of use. Thank you.
Excellent question. Here's an engineer who's looking for a job, and apparently we need them. How should they go about finding? Is that your question? How do you go about finding a job in engineering in the Highlands and Islands?
Speak to Christina.
Speak to Christianna. In that case, can we give Christianna the microphone right down here at the front? Chop, chop, Melissa, come on. Christianna, your time to speak has come.
I need to bring the mood back up.
Yes,
right?
you do, please,
So
please.
I'm going to front run a report, like 4,000 jobs specifically, SSEN Transmission, 16,000 jobs across the enablement. The session was about how do you attract and retain. We are attracting. Our business has grown from 400 employees to 2,800. We'll soon welcome our 3,000th. It could be you. And we are a bridge right now between some of the retraction within oil and gas and what's coming down the line in terms of renewables. The network comes as a connection for the renewables that will come in due course. 50% of our employees are coming from high carbon sectors, oil and gas. They're coming because they want the sustainability, they want the lifestyle of not having to travel. Now, some people will. Those are choices, and people should have choices in what they look at for their careers. The housing piece, we are looking to solve. We are investing in permanent homes in the north of Scotland that will be initially housing our workforce and then available in communities for their use as well. These things can be seen as challenges or they can be seen as opportunities. There are solutions to solve them. We're doing it. We can make this happen because the Highlands is an innovative place where with good partnership working, we can attract these people. And this very conference can do that. Stephen and I were at this conference a few years ago, and Raymond and Malcolm were annoyed that I stole their planners. And so we said, and we're still taking the planners, because the point being, there's not enough people with the right skills. So Stephen's now planning a course that will help us get more planners, right? So if we all see this opportunity and make the most of it, we can. So my question back to the panel, I'll get there, is what would you like to see organisations doing to secure these opportunities?
And I can already feel my shoulders dropping. We needed that injection of positivity, Christianna. What would you like to see employers doing to secure the opportunities?
I'm not going to try and re-quote what you've just said at the beginning there about numbers-wise, but X amount of 1,000 people. When? Where? These details.
It's on the job board.
So you've got 14,000 live applications.
Across supply chain, across our direct employment, and people don't need to move.
Can you get the microphone back, please?
So this whole thing in transition from oil and gas as well, in our offshore transmission projects, we are employing companies that traditionally work for the oil and gas sector. So those individuals employed by those companies don't need to move job out of that company. That company is changing who its customer is. So I think we also need to think differently about what we mean in terms of that transition and jobs. Is it not even better for those people to be able to stay in employment with a company that they know that they're secure in, that can help pay for that further education and transition for them, than have to force them into changing company? There is live opportunities right now. For the longevity, what we do need is continued confidence coming from our regulators, our politicians, in terms of that long-term future. But we know we need to move to a more sustainable energy system. And so that confidence is there in all of us. But if this narrative about it's all very challenging and it's not happening perpetuates, then people won't come forward for these jobs and we won't see it happen. So we need to shift that tone.
So what I'm seeing then is, and what I'm hearing, I think from all of you, is the word is communication. Because if these people up here who are responsible for upskilling the workforce largely, not you, Hayley, we'll let you off the hook, for getting them into jobs, for moulding them into the roles that are there, didn't know that you've got 4,000 job opportunities on your website just now, or whatever the figure was, then we all need to talk to each other a bit more. And thank goodness for conferences like today, where this conversation is happening. We're a minute beyond when we should have gone through for coffee, but I can see Callum with the microphone. And I wonder if I don't know, was there another burning question? Yes, there are several. Chris, and there's a gentleman at the back. Right, very quickly from you. And Melissa, if we can get let's get the microphone to Chris because he's closer. Sorry, sir.
And I'll start talking. So just answer the first question there as well and come back to that and circle back to communication. What can you do to get yourself a job and get started? First of all, network with everybody in this room. Speak to Stephen, speak to myself. We're well connected with many, many employers across the whole region. But communication is key. Now, SSE do a great job of promoting all these opportunities. Many of the large firms do, but we can't get away from the fact, as Stephen alluded to, the sector is mostly SMEs, particularly in the Highlands and the construction and infrastructure sector. It's about 90% SMEs. Most of the people in these organisations entered the industry by knocking on a door and asking for a job. That doesn't happen anymore. So it is incumbent on us to present those opportunities and communicate those opportunities and present them to people like you that are looking for jobs so you can find them easily. And we're just not there yet. You know, the whole supply chain is actually pretty poor at doing that. So it's an ask for everybody in the room to...
It's that communication, and if you're looking for people, for millennials or Gen Zs, then read the report that's on the Deloitte's website that Hayley alluded to earlier. Chris, very briefly, if you can.
Chris Thacker, Fred Olsen Renewables. It was just picking up on Mark's point about the North Sea being a badge of honour. I'd never heard that before. But Scotland is already a badge of honour for renewables. We've got a 3-4 decade long industry here. And
well, longer if we talk about hydro.
Well, yeah, quite, yeah. But when I talk to colleagues in Norway, they do have a lot of respect and time for what we do here, because we're one of the pioneers of onshore wind and now offshore wind. So, yeah, there's your positivity.
There we go, more positivity. Right, we are going to end on that. We are 4 minutes beyond the time, and I will not allow any other of the panels to go beyond time like that. If you're interested to hear more what Callum and the team at Highland and Islands CIC do, then there should, as if by magic, be a QR code popping up on our screens that you can capture. Maybe not, just go and talk to them at the stand. Into our first break. We've got about 20 minutes for coffee. Back in here at 11:15, if you possibly can, when we'll be hearing from Guy Arnold, Deputy Director of Supply Chain Strategy and Delivery at Great British Energy. And it's just a shame that we didn't actually get Great British Energy here, because he has had to travel here today. He could have just walked round the corner. Coffee is on. We'll see you back here at 15:15. Thank you to our panel. hate to break up the buzz, because having said that earlier on, that a lot of the magic of conferences happens out with the formal sessions. Here I am interrupting that great chat that is going on. But we have some terrific speakers, and I do not want to deprive you of them. A few empty seats at the front. I'm hoping that our doom and gloom of our last session, albeit beautifully rescued by Christianna from SSEN, hasn't put people off, but it's good to see you all back. So let's crack on. I'm delighted that Guy Arnold, the Deputy Director of Supply Chain Strategy and Delivery, that's in brackets, from Great British Energy, has joined us today. They've only been in existence for a year, and apparently very rarely agree to speak at conferences. So we're really glad. No, Guy's shaking his head and thinking, what on earth is that? I spent my entire life talking to conferences. So maybe the Scotsmen don't quite have the coup that they thought they had. But we've got Guy for the next 15 minutes, and we also have questions for him as part of that. So save them up, and hopefully we'll get to some more of your questions. Guy, it is... Oh, and I missold Guy, I'm afraid. I said what a shame he didn't have to travel. He's moved to Conton. So that's me put in my place. Please join me in welcoming him, Guy Arnold.
Very much for the introduction, and yes, it is great to be here. I didn't have to travel very far, in fact. I actually moved up to the area 6 months ago, and one of the reasons that I did that was because of the fantastic opportunities that we've already heard about from some of the panels that are here in the Highlands and Islands. And so I'm going to obviously spend the next 15 minutes talking about Great British Energy, what we're up to, what our purpose is, but I thought I'd start with just some personal reflections. So my job, my role, is to effectively deliver our programme of public investment into the UK's clean energy supply chains. And as part of that job, I'm evaluating investment opportunities every day from all different parts of the UK. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that out of all of those areas, the Highlands and Islands is probably in the top two areas of the UK where we see opportunity for investment and for growth. And that is, apparent in all of the things that we've discussed today, from the fantastic progress that Sumitomo are making up in NIG, the opportunities that the Freeport represents, and also, the massive expansion in the transmission network that the SSEN are delivering. But I think one of, if it is in the top two areas for investment, one area in which the Highlands definitely leads the whole of the UK is the transformation that the area is undergoing as a result of clean energy. And, we've heard, for example, some relatively pessimistic projections about the population in the Highlands potentially declining by about 20,000 in the next kind of decade or so. But I strongly believe that, as someone who's moved up here for that very reason, that we can turn this area from a place where young people leave to a place where young people from around the UK want to come and build their careers and build their lives. And, personally, I think that's both because of the economic opportunity, but also because it's a fantastic place to live. I mean, I'm a climber and a runner, and, I can't think of anywhere better in the UK to build my life. So it's sort of in that context of opportunity and challenge that I want to situate GBE. And I'm going to start by just talking a bit about why we're here. So GBE sort of arose out of the simple idea that the public should own more of the opportunity that comes from the clean energy transition. Our CEO is very fond of the anecdote that the city of Munich owns more of our clean energy system than the people of the UK. And that is a pretty troubling statistic, and it's something that we're here to change. So, what does public ownership mean? Well, it means that we are building an energy company, but we're building an energy company with a very, very different purpose to a traditional company. And we're driven by a vision, and we're driven by a strategic mission. We're not driven by principally delivering returns to our shareholder, although obviously becoming financially self-sustaining is a very important part of our mission. But if we sort of sum up that vision, I'd divide it into three main things. So we're here to accelerate clean power deployment, yes. realise the economic benefits that come from that, but also the energy security benefits that we heard about earlier. And then finally, because we are owned by the public, we want those benefits to be owned by the British people. And the more of a stake we get in our own energy system, the more we can tell a compelling story about those benefits deriving to local people. And that's built into how we're measuring our success. So we have sort of 4 main aims and objectives. One of those is, of course, moving into profitability by the end of the 5-year spending review period that we're in. But we also have an ambition to expand to 15 gigawatts of generation that we either own or have an interest in by the end of this Parliament. We want to, as part of that, leverage billions of additional private investment, support 1,000 community energy projects, and directly support 10,000 jobs as part of it. How are we getting on so far? So I think it was mentioned that we were set up roughly a year ago. So I joined GBE just before the GBE Act received royal assent. It's been a pretty roller coaster ride over the last year, as you can imagine. If I was to try and sum up how I would describe the experience, it's a bit like trying to set up a startup where you've already been given all the money. You sort of have to persuade everyone, that how you're going to deliver that allocation. So it's really like a multi-billion-pound startup. And to do that, we've had to do 2 things. We've had to build the company itself at pace, and we've done that through, obviously building the workforce, but also key milestones such as setting our strategic plan, which was launched in December. That sets out the areas, the kind of technology focuses that we have as an organisation and how we are set up, but also sort of delivering. And so we kind of in November announced our first investment into Pentland offshore wind project, which then was successful in securing a CFD in AR7. And then obviously closer to my area of the business, we recently announced a £40 million investment into ITM Power, who build electrolyser stacks out of Sheffield. So we're already kind of making a difference, and we're now moving, I hope, into a period where we're really ramping up our delivery. How are we kind of set up to deliver those objectives? So functionally, we kind of do all the things you would expect an energy company to do. We will be an energy developer, so we will take a site and turn it all the way from a bare site, get consents and planning, and build operational assets on it, which we will then run. But we will also, and I think probably particularly over the next 5 years, be a strategic investor in existing pre-operational assets. So, for example, Pentland is a clear example of that, where we've taken a minority stake in a project pre-FID. That's something that I expect us to do more of in the next 5 years. Another one of our roles, which is perhaps more unusual, is that of a market coordinator. So I think our role is sort of between the public and private sector, allows us to sort of bridge a gap between industry and government that has been missing maybe in the last sort of 10 years or so. And I'll talk a bit about that when I go into more detail about our Energy Engineered in the UK programme. So how is that reflected in our kind of core organisational design? So at the centre of our business, we have our onshore and offshore functions. Our onshore function is focused principally on unlocking the potential that we see in public land. So we see that as a really underutilised asset. The public estate is vast. There's real opportunities for renewable development there, which we see as untapped. And given our closeness to government, our closeness to the public sector, we think that GB is uniquely poised to realise that opportunity. And then in the offshore sector, we're not here to displace private capital. We're here to unlock the next wave of opportunity. And our principal focus over the next 5 years will be on deeper water. So how can we use our capital to unlock the opportunities that floating offshore wind and the other deep water offshore wind offer? Then I think, another really vital part of our business is our local energy vertical. So that is obviously linked to the ambition to support 1,000 community energy projects. But, I see this part of our business as utterly vital in bridging that gap, that sort of translation gap we've been talking about, which turns some of the numbers that we know that clean energy can deliver into tangible improvements into people's lives. Our CEO was up in Orkney in March, and I think Orkney is kind of the absolute pinnacle of what can be achieved in this space. And if we're able to roll that out across the rest of the UK, then I think we can see a real transformation in people's attitudes to clean energy. So, you know, just to sort of take some statistics, like I think they generate 110% of their energy capacity there from renewable sources. With the 3 proposed onshore farms that they're developing, that has unlocked the ability for an investment in an interconnector to the mainland. And that all of the additional kind of capital that's generated from those projects is flowing back to communities. And that is something that we want to catalyse throughout the whole of the UK. And then finally, we have our Energy Engineered in the UK programme. And I'm going to spend a bit more time talking about that. So why does EEUK, as the acronym is, exist? So I think the problem statement here is that we need more manufacturing capacity in the UK. I think, you know, we've done a fantastic job, particularly in the offshore sector, leagues ahead of the rest of the world in delivering projects. But we, I think, have yet to match that deployment with manufacturing capacity here in the UK. And too much of what we generate, too much of the components for the assets that we generate from are being built overseas. And why is that? Well, I think part of it is just because supply chain has, I think, perhaps in the last 10 years or so, not been at the top of everyone's agenda. I wouldn't say it's an afterthought, but I think that principal focus on deployment has led to an underappreciation of the importance of manufacturing. And that has led to, for example, order uncertainty and also, you know, various other market problems that have led to a sort of lack of investment in the manufacturing capacity in the UK. There's also obviously been uncertainty on the deployment side, so the ups and downs of, for example, the failure of the AI5 auction has meant that that kind of order demand trajectory has perhaps not been there for facilities to make the investments. And finally, there hasn't yet to date been a dedicated UK concessional capital pool that's available to support manufacturers to make those investment decisions. So, you know, we have seen, for example, in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act, obviously, you know, changes now with the Trump administration, but the UK has sort of been, I think, perhaps a bit behind other areas of the UK in those respects. However, I think that environment has changed dramatically over the last few years, and we want to really, you know, ensure that we are building on that progress with our programme. So our Energy Engineered in the UK programme is divided into 3 pillars. So we've got our manufacturing grants programme. That is a £300 million dedicated concessional capital pool that's there to support the offshore wind and network sector. And a lot of the opportunities that we see coming through that programme will be built right here in the Highlands and Islands. Secondly, we have our strategic market interventions program. So that is really focused on those areas where we see the UK as having a unique position and a unique opportunity to lead the world in our manufacturing. And perhaps those technologies which are slightly less advanced but need real kind of intervention to unlock progress. So we're focusing here principally to start with on deep water offshore wind. We're looking at how we can accelerate the technology convergence around floating foundation designs or other deep water foundation designs. And we're also interested in looking at things like major component replacement. So all of the issues that we know we need to develop all at the same time to unlock that sector, we're developing a dedicated program of support to deliver. And then finally, we have our strategic investment program. So that's really, that's about GB making commercial investments into manufacturing businesses in the UK and taking equity stakes alongside other investors that show the UK government has a long-term financial interest in the success of these businesses. So I think ITM is a really like a clear example of that, because, you know, now that the UK government is an equity participant in a hydrogen electrolyser manufacturer, that provides a clear signal to the market that we believe in the sector, we believe in this company, and we're in it for the long haul. Political uncertainty aside, we have a financial interest in ensuring the success of that sector and that business. And it's that level of certainty that we want to deliver across all the sectors that we are engaging with. So I'll kind of conclude there because I want to leave a bit of time for questions, but I just want to kind of reflect on some of the messages that's come out of the sessions earlier today and some of what I've kind of learned in the kind of 6 months that I've been up here. I really think that there is, you know, an enormous opportunity here, but it's an opportunity that we really have to bring the public alongside us in the journey. I've said a bit about how I see GB Energy as being able to support with that through the jobs that we can hopefully deliver through our Energy Engineered in the UK programme, and through the community benefit that we can hopefully deliver through our local energy programme. But ultimately, that's not something we can do alone, and it's something that we collectively need to work on as an industry, both government, private sector, hybrid bodies like us, and also enterprise agencies like the Highland and Island Enterprise, who do a fantastic job. But collectively, we need to make sure that renewable energy isn't something that happens to people, but it's something that people feel a part of, and a journey that they feel fully bought into. Thank you very much. I think I have 1 minute for questions. Is that or one question, perhaps? Yeah.
Thanks very much, Anne Thomas, Highland People's Power. One of my questions is about infrastructure, and we've seen that we've got 75% consented, but obviously if there are gaps in that, then the power's not going to flow. I understand that with our interconnectors at the moment, they don't seem to be delivering full capacity, and that seems to be a constraint. So I'm wondering if there's a bottleneck there. I'm also wondering if we can manage demand a bit better so that we can reduce constraint payments that way.
Thanks very much. So yes, very good questions. I know that DESNZ, as we heard earlier, are looking very, very closely at how we can ensure that those constraint payments are minimised to the greatest extent possible. I think one of the things that I'm interested in on the demand side is how we can ensure there's sufficient visibility of that demand so that we secure. There's obviously investment in the grid is one side of the equation, but you know, that grid investment is supported by additional manufacturing investment. And those manufacturing decisions aren't going to go ahead unless we have a clear visibility of orders coming through the transmission network. One of the things we're looking at very closely alongside DESNZ is how we can provide increased order visibility to companies that are, you know, looking to build and expand their facilities in the UK. Obviously, you know, the money that we have is one part of that equation, but working closely with organisations like SSEN and the other TSOs is another vital part of the picture. It's not something that we've solved yet, but I genuinely think that over the last 2 years, there has been a dramatic progress in the attention that these issues have seen at the centre of government. And I think that, you know, one of the things that I noted from the earlier discussion is like, yes, there are a lot of challenges, but the amount of dedicated focus that those challenges are receiving now is really kind of significantly greater than it has ever been. And I think that should be a source of optimism for us as a sector. Cool. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Guy. I'm sure that most of you had questions or things that you would like to say, and good to hear a lot of that. Guy, are you staying around for the rest of the day? Yep, he will be here over lunch. You all now know what he looks like, so please feel free to talk to him and add anything that you would like to. I was really interested to hear you say, Guy, that one of the objectives is for energy to be owned by local people, and that leads us really neatly into our next speaker. Yvonne Crook from Highland CIC. Where are you, Yvonne? There you are. Is going to talk now about the route from energy transition to sustainable regional growth for our region. Now, Yvonne won't be taking audience questions, but I also will be here for one-to-ones if you need to catch her. So for the next 15 minutes, Yvonne, the stage is yours. I bet your laptop's here. Okay, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. History won't judge this generation by the turbines we built or the pylons we erected. It will judge us by what we chose to build around them. I believe the Highlands stand at one of the most significant moments in its history. For the first time in generations, we have an opportunity to shape our own future. The energy transition gives us the chance to think differently about the kind of place we want to become and the legacy we want to leave behind. At Highland CIC, we're a community interest company founded by people who care deeply about the Highlands and are embracing the opportunity the energy transition is bringing. We believe this moment comes with a shared responsibility to look beyond individual projects, work across organisational boundaries, and think beyond today's challenges. Because the decisions we make now won't just shape the energy transition, they'll shape the future of the Highlands. And that's the opportunity I'd like to explore with you this morning. That's good, thank you. That one. That belief didn't emerge overnight. Over the last 5 years, Highland CIC has had the privilege of listening to communities, developers, contractors, businesses, charities, and public sector partners from across the Highlands. We've had more than 1,500 conversations, worked alongside over 45 organisations, and attracted more than £1.2 million of private sector investment to support this journey. This isn't a speech about what Highland CIC thinks, it's a reflection of what we've heard. A vision shaped by hundreds of voices and a growing recognition that the energy transition gives us an opportunity to think strategically about sustainable development, to look beyond individual projects, to ask how this unprecedented investment could help us tackle challenges that might otherwise remain with us for decades, and to consider the kind of legacy we want this generation to leave behind. Across every conversation, one question kept coming back: who benefits? It wasn't about creating winners and losers, and it certainly wasn't because community benefit hasn't been a success. Community benefit has transformed lives, strengthened communities, and enabled projects that simply wouldn't otherwise have happened. Host communities deserve to continue benefiting from developments they welcome. But as we looked at the scale of the challenges and the opportunity emerging across the Highlands, it became clear that there was an even greater, bigger conversation to be had. Before we could have that conversation, we first needed to understand the landscape. With support from SSEN Transmission, we commissioned strategic mapping to help to understand the scale of the energy transition across the Highlands, and began exploring what it could mean for our communities and our future. For me, that mapping wasn't the destination. It was the moment we stopped seeing individual projects and started seeing the foundations of something much bigger. I grew up in Altnahara and went to primary school there. For the past 18 years, I've lived in Moy, part of the Strathdown community. Living there means I can't help but reflect on the changes happening around us. In one direction is Altnahara, a community that has benefited from renewable energy and community benefit funding, yet the primary school where I began my education has now closed. In another is Moy, a community with more than £5 million in renewable assets, whilst just 30 minutes away are communities with no community benefit funding at all. Alongside that, I've spent much of my career working in destination development across the UK and Europe, seeing firsthand what can be achieved when places come together around a shared long-term vision. Standing in the middle of that landscape, those experiences came together. I came to realise that the real opportunity wasn't the energy transition itself, it was what the energy transition could enable. When I look at the map of renewable development across the Highlands, I don't just see projects, I see the foundations of something much bigger. And after 5 years of listening, as a community interest company, we've come to a conclusion. Community benefit has been a success. Across the Highlands, it has transformed communities, created remarkable local assets, and made possible projects that simply wouldn't otherwise have happened. but the scale of the opportunity before us has changed. Over the coming decades, billions of pounds of energy transition investment and hundreds of millions of pounds of community benefit will flow into the Highlands. That presents an opportunity unlike anything we've experienced before. And we believe it challenges us to think differently by taking an equally ambitious and strategic approach to the future of the Highlands. Take Loch Ness as an example. Around 10,000 people live in the communities surrounding the loch. Every year, renewable developments in the area are expected to generate between £2 and £3 million in community benefit funding. That's around 10% of all community benefit funds in Scotland. Over the lifetime of these developments, more than £50 million will flow into the communities around the loch. For me, that's much more than a funding figure. It's an opportunity to demonstrate what sustainable development could look like in practice. Loch Ness is one of the world's most recognised destinations, balancing global tourism with significant renewable development, the world's first rewilding centre and globally significant restoration initiatives, as well as the needs of the communities that call it home. Imagine what could be achieved if communities, developers, businesses and public sector partners came together around a shared long-term vision, not to replace local priorities, but to connect them, to explore how renewable energy investment could help shape the future of one of Scotland's most iconic places. Loch Ness could become more than an example of community benefit done well. It could become a living example of sustainable development in action, creating lessons for communities across the Highlands and beyond. And then there's Tain, a proud Highland town sitting at the heart of one of Scotland's most significant industrial and energy investment corridors, yet it remains amongst the 15% most deprived areas in Scotland. Loch Ness and Tain are just two examples. There are many more across the Highlands, each with their own opportunities and challenges, but they all lead to the same conclusion. The Highlands has an extraordinary opportunity, and it deserves an equally extraordinary strategy. A strategy that connects unprecedented investment with some of our greatest long-term challenges, and one that leaves a legacy measured not just by the infrastructure we built, but by the communities we helped strengthen. One of the things that's given me the greatest optimism over the last 5 years is seeing just how many people have recognised the scale of the opportunity before us. People who were prepared to think beyond individual projects and imagine what the energy transition could mean for the long term of the Highlands. Alison Hood at Statkraft was one of those people, encouraging us to think differently and helping us explore a much bigger conversation. That same belief has been shared by community leaders across the region, including a fantastic range of CIC board members, and by government with ministers, including Kate Forbes, recognising the value of bringing communities and industry together through initiatives such as Highland Renewables Network. More recently, Michael Matheson has brought that same strategic perspective to Highland CIC's board. We've also been fortunate to receive significant support from organisations including Statkraft, RES, Vattenfall and SSEN Transmission, whose investment has helped Highland CIC to explore this work. Alongside them, Fred Olsen Renewables, BEVA, Low Carbon, Green Power and many others have contributed to and supported the wider conversation. Alongside businesses and leaders from tourism, food and drink, third sector and professional services, including Johnson Carmichael and Wright Johnson Mackenzie, collectively, they've done more than support an organisation. They've helped build a coalition around the community's idea that the energy transition can become a catalyst for world-leading sustainable development. And I believe that coalition has only just begun. That's one of the most exciting things about this journey. This isn't a vision being championed by one organisation or one sector. It's a growing coalition of people who believe the Highlands has an opportunity to do something truly exceptional. Alongside unprecedented levels of energy transition investment, some of our greatest challenges remain. 1 in 3 households across the Highlands is living in fuel poverty. More than 10,000 children are growing up in poverty despite the wealth being generated around them. Too many young people still feel they have to leave the Highlands to build their future elsewhere. We have an economy that relies heavily on an unsustainable tourism model under increasing pressure. Around 70% of our peatlands are in a degraded state, emitting carbon rather than storing it. We face housing pressures, skills shortages, the impacts of climate change, and communities trying to plan for tomorrow whilst responding to the demands of today. And yet, at exactly the same moment, the Highlands is becoming the focus of unprecedented energy transition investment. That's a powerful reminder that we can't afford to do more of the same. We have to think differently. So what if we chose to see that investment not simply as a series of projects, but as the foundation for something much bigger? A springboard for a new way of thinking, a catalyst for strategic approach to sustainable development, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to align investment, innovation and ambition behind a shared vision for the Highlands. A catalyst for a strategic approach to sustainable development, a chance to align investment, innovation and ambition behind a shared vision for the Highlands. That's the thinking that sits behind the Highlands CIC manifesto. It's why we're proposing a Sustainable Development Alliance and the creation of a shared sustainable development plan for the Highlands. Not because one organisation has the answers, but because the opportunity before us is simply too important for any organisation to tackle alone. We already have the ingredients, the renewable resource, the natural capital, the businesses, the communities, the expertise, the ambition. The opportunity now is to bring them together. The conversation is already reaching beyond the Highlands. Through the Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet, we're connecting with others who believe the energy transition can be a catalyst for sustainable development. Imagine if the hundreds of renewable developers, contractors, and supply chain businesses working across the Highlands shared this community's ambition, not just to deliver projects, but to help shape the future of the Highlands. So my invitation today is a simple one. Join us because while the Highlands stand on the brink of unprecedented investment, too many of our communities are still living with poverty, housing pressures, and inequality that have persisted for generations. Join us in creating a Sustainable Development Alliance for the Highlands. Join us in developing a shared strategy that matches the scale of the opportunity now in front of us. Let's make the Highlands an internationally recognised example of how the energy transition can become the catalyst for sustainable development. Because history won't judge this generation by the turbines we built or the pylons we erected. It will judge us by what we chose to build around them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I really appreciate your passion there, and it's so interesting to hear the two different communities. The one where you started, where the school has now closed, and the one where you are, where there are pylons and there is regeneration and there are facilities. My goodness, that statistic, that horrific statistic that 10,000 children in Highland are living in poverty, that's one I did not know and did not really want to hear, but my goodness, what a legacy we could leave if we all work together and think differently. Thank you for your ambition. Thank you for your passion. My goodness, let's move on. Now we are sticking with the topic of community that Yvonne has so beautifully led us into in a panel discussion about community and how to gain community buy-in and the associated challenges with that. And of course, we've already talked about, well, I smile, Trevor, you've been trying to get a decent photograph of me all day. I'll not, no, that's just embarrassing. How do we get that community buy-in? And one of the things that we talked about, certainly in the session that I was chairing, was communication. So it'll be interesting to see whether that comes up again. This session has been sponsored by Fred Olsen Renewables, and Chris Thacker is going to be joining the panel. I'm going to welcome back Stephen Emerson, who is editor at Scotsman Insider, and you will introduce your panel. As Stephen will explain, we will have Q&A at the end of this, but there's a QR code for your questions to be logged into that way. So good luck with that. Stephen, over to you. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to welcome our panellists to the stage. We've got Chris Thacker, of Communications Manager at Fred Olsen Renewables, Chris Bruce, who's Chair of East Lammermuir Community Council, Ciara Wright, who's a Graduate Design Engineer at AES Solar, Maggie Cunningham, who's Chair of Kyle and O'Call's Community Development Trust, Kath Curd, who's a Membership and Energy Learning Network Officer at Community Energy Scotland. Thanks for joining us. As you heard earlier, there's a QR code for questions, which is for Slido. So if you scan that, and then the questions will come through to me, and we'll make some time at the end to address some of them. So we're sitting 12 miles from Bewley. A year ago this week, more than 50 community councils representing 72,000 Highland residents gathered there to express their frustration at the pace of scale of the energy infrastructure development in the Highlands and to ask whether their voices were being heard. It was a significant moment, and the concerns raised haven't gone away. That's the context for this panel. What our hope for this panel is that it will move beyond the familiar positions. We've heard the developer case, we've heard the community concerns. What we haven't heard enough of is what genuine partnership actually looks like in practice. Who's making it work, where it's falling short, and what would it take to get it to the right scale that Scotland now needs? We have 5 people on the panel who between them represent the full range of that question. I'm going to start by asking each of them to introduce themselves before we get started. So Chris, you can have the honour first.
I don't know if I should, I can't stand up. I'm Chris Bruce, I chair East Lammermuir Community Council, which is about 30 miles east of Edinburgh on the edge of Berwickshire. It's always good to know who you're speaking to, so could you just put your hand up if you're here from a community perspective? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can see eight hands there. Okay, thank you. Our community council area, about 600 properties, maybe 1,000, 1,200 people. Torness nuclear power station is within the patch, and so are the Crystal Rig and Aiken-Gall wind farms in the Lammermuirs. So I used to say that we were just far enough away from Edinburgh to generate all of its energy and take all of its waste. We're now on the map for onshore wind to link with offshore wind coming onshore and cables to take electricity subsea down to England. So there are currently 15 applications for major development within the patch, which if you compare that with the figure for Highland earlier, you can see is a massive, dense concentration of development. We, in response to the statement which Helen Crawford's been championing, which Stephen just referred to there. We surveyed the local population about whether we should sign that statement, and the balance of opinion was that we shouldn't, but that we do need a national plan for energy, and I guess there's not many people in this room who don't agree with that. In our patch, in response to all these applications, we developed a local place plan. It's got 4 key ambitions, which are to bring all properties within a kilometre of any construction up to EPC Band C and put them on a heat network if possible, to reintroduce some form of public or community transport, to have a network of paths which mean that we can walk, cycle or ride horses or push buggies without being on a 60-mile-an-hour road, and to have a genuine, meaningful, shared biodiversity net gain plan, which isn't about 10% within your red line boundary. It's about improving biodiversity across the whole of East Lammermuir. And as a consequence of working with many of the developers and transmission owner, which in our case is SSEN, we have an energy partnership manager who works 4 days a week. We're about to appoint a community development officer. We've got a warm homes officer. So we've got some small steps in actual employment and a meaningful partnership in place.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. I'm Cath Curd. I work at Community Energy Scotland. We're a member-led independent organisation providing practical support and technical support to communities working in energy. We also represent the sector at policy level, we have strong relationships with those in UK and Scottish government and in the wider industry. We specialise in community engagement and increasing the capacity of communities to scale their work in energy. And a couple of areas of increasing importance is managing the use of, managing and using community benefits, and also the community shared ownership model, or models, I should say. One of the ways we're currently supporting with shared ownership specifically, we're collaborating with DTAS, the Development Trust Association Scotland, to facilitate the shared ownership peer working group. And in fact, the next session is later on this month on financing projects, which is obviously a key area of shared ownership concerns, especially for communities.
Thanks, Kira.
I am Kira Wright. I am here from AES Renewables, which, for those who are unfamiliar, is a solar renewable installation and supplier. So my job is mainly working as a graduate design engineer, providing solutions to install renewable sources onto properties. A big part of my role over the past few years has been dealing with communications with SSEN in relation to getting approval to install renewable sources and having the ability to export to the grid, ensuring that the grid network is up to scratch to take the solutions that we are providing. That relates slightly to community in the aspect that we have dealt with community applications and dealing with challenges in terms of the network and getting applications approved with various different eco-villages, individuals a part of various communities, neighbours, etc., who face various different challenges regularly to actually get these systems on their roofs or on the ground and actually be able to produce and have these systems go live. So my job would be primarily dealing with the challenges that come with the actual applications.
Thanks, Kira. Maggie?
My name is Maggie Cunningham. I'm chair of Highland Community Trust. I'm also, declare my interest, a board member of Highland CIC. If you looked at Yvonne's map earlier of where the development is in the Highlands, you will find a substantial area of Lochalsh and Wester Ross on the west coast where there is no development whatsoever. So I guess I come from an area where there are some serious challenging social issues and poverty, but we are not a beneficiary of any community benefit at the moment. And I don't want to get into a world where we rob Peter to pay Paul. I don't think that is helpful for anyone. However, I do believe that we do need to have a serious conversation, because there is no point in having a wealthy community on one side of Lochart, for example, in areas of Skye, where there is some development, and have people 5 miles along the road where there is no development whatsoever. So what I would really like to see, building on what Yvonne has said, is that we get to a place where we genuinely sit down, try and get polarisation away, and look collectively across the Highlands, because I think we need a big strategy that looks after everybody in the Highlands, not just based on geography. Oh, sorry.
Fred Olsen Renewables is a long-standing renewable owner and operator in Scotland. We have 9 operational wind farms and a pipeline of another 5 in planning. We have something like 254 turbines in the UK. We also have operational assets in Scandinavia as well. My name's Chris Thacker. I am the Communications Manager for Fred Olsen Renewables. My job takes me all around the country, speaking to communities, engaging, and I'm lucky enough to be the guy that presses the button that sends the community benefits to the community council. So that's quite good fun. And on community benefits, it was in 1996, our first wind farm in Scotland, in Dumfries and Galloway, Windy Standard, was the first wind farm to deliver community benefits as part of that project. And I was lucky enough, because we're building Windy Standard 3, and I got to negotiate the community benefit package with the community there last December. And I was lucky enough to speak to the chair of the Carstairs Community Council, and she was on the original negotiating with my predecessors back in '96. The reason I say that is Fred Olsen Renewables believes in long-term, decades-long partnership with communities.
Thanks, Chris. I'd like to start by looking at what genuine community buy-in actually looks like. Ciara, when we spoke, we talked about the project you're involved with in Finhorn Eco Village. So here you have a community that's fully committed to renewable energy, that wants to do more, but are encountering obstacles. So what's actually stopping them, and what does that tell us about the real barriers to community energy?
Fintorn is a great example of a community that wants to do more. Fintorn has what is known as a Fintorn Wind Park, which is an eco-village just off on the Murray coast. They have various different types of renewables installed already. So they have wind. They have a wind farm, hence the Fintorn Wind Park. They have solar PV, they have solar thermal, they have battery storage. I believe a few of them have electric vehicles as well. So this community already has a decent basis of a renewable source of energy. They want to be doing more. They have various limitations in terms of they have an independent distribution network as part of the park. And this is a main kind of incoming source of where the main electricity comes in and goes out. The limitation that comes there is that SSE have to deem what is acceptable and what is not based on the grid network around the area. And unfortunately, that grid network is quite poor at the moment. I'm actually currently involved in a project of trying to allow more renewables and export to be allowed for the wind park. And we're coming across various different obstacles in terms of applications. There's various different steps that are involved in the application with not just SSE, but the national grid and various different other parties to even allow us to even begin the process of an installation. So the obstacles are that those applications take time. One example, for one application involved in that process can take 3 months. The full process can take up to 2 years just for the applications alone. And at the end of that, the customer can be told, yes, you might be able to to proceed with that, but you might not be able to connect until 2030, 2032. Where this is a community that obviously want to be progressing as quickly as they possibly can. So it was touched on earlier how we need to be moving at a faster pace, and that is physically impossible at the moment due to some of the grid infrastructure that's there. The applications alone can cost a lot of money. That step 2 in that process for progressing to the national grid with the transmission impact assessment application costs £10,000 alone, which is a lot of money to a small community that just obviously want to be consuming more of what they are producing and taking less reliance off the mains electricity grid. It's kind of a backwards step, and there has to be a certain amount of accountability for this application process, and there has to be a certain amount given towards SSE and the national grid to be able to do this. But for a small community that have a budget to work off of, it's very, very unrealistic a process. So that's been the biggest things that we've found at the minute, is making this process work, the timescales, the cost. Each independent house within this wind park is all attached to that independent distribution network. So that's where the limitation comes as well. If a customer within the wind park wanted to install some more solar, they couldn't just go and do that. They need to get permission from basically the shared capacity that the park has. And that needs to be agreed with either with what's available or what a further application with SSE. So one person couldn't just proceed with their own application to get their own renewables. It has to be a process with the Parks Committee and with SSE, which provides a lot of challenges for people wanting to proceed with their own energy.
Thanks, Kira. Chris, you were nodding your head for a lot of those points there, the issues that Kira raised there. Is there anything that you can relate to as well, or that you've...
Just local experience. Sustaining Dunbar developed a solar farm plan, agreed with the landowner. They've got a site, but the connection cost was prohibitive. It hasn't proceeded.
Maggie, you alluded in your introduction to that Kyle and Locales will bear the traffic impact of major infrastructure works, but will receive no community benefit. Do you think that the current model, project level payments to host communities only, is fundamentally unfair to communities like yours?
Well, I think it's not for me to say it's unfair, but I think for the general well-being of people in the Highlands, it will create quite serious problems, because the single biggest issues that we have are around transport, are around housing, are around retaining our youth, and around fuel poverty, like Yvonne showed there, and lots of other things. You know, childcare is almost impossible to have in our area. So what I would really want to see is everybody's been talking about communication, but for there to be genuine communication for what's available, what could be available for the whole area. I mean, I would say this, but I see that that Highland CIC has already started to develop a way in which there could be a big conversation around all of this. And it's not just, I mean, we talk about communication, but I worked in the BBC for a long time, and I think in my first ever management job, I was told communication isn't about telling, it's also about listening. And I think that is really important. It's really important that our public sector, the development companies, help communities build capacity. Some communities have a lot of capacity, some others don't. And all this work is being done by volunteers, people who should have retired, like me, who should have retired long ago, because there isn't capacity. I don't know anybody in my area, any young person under 30, who does not want to live in the area, but they just can't. They can't get for everybody nowadays, 2 parents almost need to go out to work to sustain a family at a reasonable level. And in our area, some of them can't afford 2 cars, so there's no transport. There may be work, but how do they get there? So there's huge issues across the whole Highlands. I've also just coming to the end of a poverty commission and that was set up by the Highland Council. I co-chaired this with Jim McCormack, who's the Chief Executive of the Robertson Trust. And what we're hearing these challenges from everybody, and there is a way to sort this, there is a way to sustain it, but there needs to be a big conversation across all the Highlands with all the groups, including the community trusts.
So you touched on communication capability within communities as well. When we spoke previously, you also talked about a wider well fund as well, and that's something that we also had conversations with Chris's thoughts on too, so it'd be good to get your...
Yeah. I think it's really important that we do have a strategic fund. Now, that doesn't mean that you take all the money that where the community to the areas in which there is development and where there is community benefit. But if you look at some of the figures that Yvonne showed on there, then there is room for both. There's absolute room for both. And I think the other big thing is that would help pay for people and for volunteers who run these trusts to build capacity, to get peer learning, to get support. You know, I mean, you referred to the time it takes to fill in grant forms and to fill in application forms. Most of our people spend all their time doing things like that just to get something simple like a reuse shop working, and it's badly needed. So I think there is a way to do this, as I said at the very beginning, without robbing Peter to pay Paul. Everybody could be at the party if we really worked hard enough.
Go to Chris and then first. So Chris, what's your thoughts on the communication, the capability and the wider funding?
Actually, I think Chris is probably more appropriate to speak to because he does have that experience of the wider sharing.
A couple of things which are perhaps in tension with each other, if not contentious. So we're obviously waiting for the Scottish Government to consult on and finalise its renewed guidance about community benefits. That'll be significant in this regard. And we've been making the case that where it's a long-term investment like an onshore wind farm, offshore wind farm, where you can anticipate income for decades, the initial impact and community benefit arguably should go to the impacted community where there's daily ongoing disruption to life and it's unavoidable, but it comes to an end when the thing's built. Then it generates power and benefit for a long period of time. So for the subsequent, after the construction period, the argument to go more wide with the benefits, I think, carries more weight. As a chair of a local community council, trying desperately to broaden the area of impact of our community benefit funds, and I know some of the guys will be watching me say this online live. So it's a real tension. Do we want to keep the money locally and do fantastic things way beyond the sort of basics that you're describing, versus do we want to try to really impact on the long-term problems we've got in Scotland about health, inequality, etc. And people can see both sides of the divide, and we are slowly moving. So we've got a semi-local fund with Dunbar and 3 other local community councils. We've got a fund with the whole of East Lothian with 20 community councils as members. So there's a kind of nested effect. But the thing I wanted to say was, as developers, and perhaps less so transmission owners, maybe not, you can influence this debate as well. So the guidance will still give flexibility for developers to decide what is the area of benefit. So I urge you to do that in discussion with local communities. And Chris and I have and will continue to have discussions about repowering. So where Crystal Rig 1 covered a certain area, now they want to repower it, we'll have a debate about what's the right area for that to cover.
We'll come on to repowering further down. So we've had a sense of what genuine buy-in looks like and where communities are still being left out. But underpinning almost every example we've heard is the same question. So who exactly is benefiting financially from the transition, and is this being shared fairly? A question for Chris. So a report published 2 weeks ago put community benefits at 147 million against 5.6 billion in industry profits over 5 years. Even with full compliance with the voluntary standard, that would have delivered 238 million. Is the industry living up to its own commitments?
I know the report it was in the Ferret, I think. You're probably asking the wrong guy, to be honest. I'm in the industry. I'm going to say yes, and I can't speak for the entirety of the industry. I can speak to Fred Olsen Renewables, and I know that we could always do more, but we do take a listen-first approach, and we do want to hear what communities have got to say, and we act upon that. That report is, there is a lot of money, but there's also a lot of money in tenuous costs, and I think it was, if you look at the wider picture, and I see Simon Cleary here. He also wrote a report, and his report said, if you look at community benefits and you mandate it northwards, then and it was relating to the Highlands, wasn't it? 80% of the projects won't be built. So, like I say, you're probably asking the wrong guy. I think we're doing what we need to do. We can always do more. Communities will say something different, and I want to hear what those communities have got to say.
Fine, thanks, Chris.
I don't want to hog the whole thing, but a local person wrote in response to a survey we did relatively recently, you do not have heritable rights, and you therefore should get no opportunity to have shared ownership or anything beyond a community benefit made at the behest of a developer. As a community council, our position is, our intention is to represent the well-being of the people who live in East Lammermuir and of that place as a whole. And whether you call it heritable rights or not, in my view, the community has a very significant right to influence and benefit from what's happening in the place that we live in. So shared ownership is a critical next step in my view. Community benefits will always feel like the power sits with the developer. They choose what to give us, even if they're very good at then letting us decide what to do with the money, which some of them are. But shared ownership, you're in a totally different mindset, and that is where we're going to get buy-in in future.
Staying on that theme around consultation, and moving to actual genuine partnerships, so a question for CAF. So you've argued for mediating organisations sitting between developers and communities. Is that happening at scale across Scotland, or is it still too ad hoc and is dependent who happens to be in the room?
It's still very ad hoc, unfortunately. And in terms of shared ownership, there's a tiny percentage of that's actually happening. What needs to happen? Developers, as well as, developers do appreciate that they are going into communities and they're doing something major and having a major impact on communities. Some of those impacts could be good, like community benefits. Other impacts will be negative, and it will be seen as such by the community. The developers have enough resources, and they have dedicated teams who won't be doing this for the first time, so they've got experience, they've got capacity there. What they need to be doing is making sure that they're linking up with enabling organisations who can then help facilitate at the earliest stage possible, and we're talking way before planning departments get involved. They need to bring in those enabling organisations, whether it's Community Energy Scotland or whether it's DTAS or whoever it may be, to facilitate between those communities. And when I say communities, I'm not just talking about one single community either. More communities in that region need to be brought in, because not only will they be able to share the finance for shared ownership, but they will be able to spread the risk amongst themselves as well. And also they will be able to share the benefits, which is reflective of what we've already spoken about. But the onus really should be on the developers, because they have the resources to bring those organizations with them, and they're able to maintain those relationships and take those organizations with them to those communities and to those regions. Some of those communities will already be aware of the enabling organizations, and a lot of them are our members, a lot of them are DTAS members. But we're still talking about low capacity communities in lots of places in the Highlands where the knowledge just isn't there, the awareness just isn't there, and the capacity certainly isn't there, and the resources certainly isn't there. And another important factor is, and this is touching on something else Maggie said, is that developers really need to appreciate, they have to really genuinely understand how much volunteer resource goes into this work. And this is years of work, putting it into planning and getting these things to work well. And a lot of the community's time will be volunteer time and will not be paid time. Those volunteers won't be expecting to be paid either. But if they need training, where's that resource coming from? Because the community can't afford to provide that training and that knowledge sharing. It's great if they can learn from other communities, but then who's going to back up that community when they're busy sharing their information and helping another community? So there's a few things there to unpack, I know, but they're things that developers, one or two of them do think about those things, but they don't necessarily put them there on their to-do list very early on. Some of them not at all. One more thing, if I can mention, community liaison groups. These are priceless. They're absolutely priceless. They can be difficult to bring together. It depends if you've got strong actors within a given community to be able to take something like that forward. Again, with the team, the experienced team that the developers got, they can help that along. They can actually provide some of the experience they've had with previous developments and bring that to that new development, to that new community group. But those liaison groups are very, very important, because you've got key people there in that group who are trusted by the rest of the community, and that community will trust them to speak on their part, and the community know that group will listen to them, and they will take their points to the developer and be able to literally sit around a table and discuss those points properly.
Chris, quite a lot to unpack there from the developer side. Is there anything you would want to unpick, in terms of the time element or collective approach?
There is a lot there. Like I said before, we can always do more, for sure. And I absolutely take the point about the documentation. Just that alone, that takes a lot of time and effort. You are volunteers, you're unpaid. You do it because you love your communities. And we do ask a lot there. I know Strathern are represented here. I know that they've got about 7 applications that they're considering at the moment. That's a lot. It's almost unfair. So yes, something should be done. Where that money for capacity building comes from, I don't know. Maybe it could come from community benefits from the outset. Maybe, as part of the application, that could be offered to get them independently scrutinised. Whatever we do, it's never going to be enough for some people. I remember last August, and it's going back to that Bewley Convention, there was a second one. It was in this very room. Councillor Crawford had another convention. And I was the only developer in the room. And it's because we listen. We do want to hear what you've got to say. And it's not just platitudes. We do take that shoulder-to-shoulder approach with communities. I know Chris can attest to some of the work we've done at Crystal Rig with speed cameras, for example. I don't have an answer. I don't have a magic button, but we've kind of created a monster with community benefits. There's some who are missing out, and then there's some who are getting disproportionate amounts. There's groups like the 9cc group down in East Ayrshire, run by Stephen McCarran, where he's brought together the community councils, and they have a plan, and now they're starting to use that community capacity building for the better. I'd like to see much more of that, but again, from our point of view as a developer, we've got a lot going on, and we have to draw the line somewhere when it comes to community benefits. Invariably, that's a 10-kilometre circle from the centre point of the, certainly onshore, wind farm. But if you have other solutions, please tell us, and we can take them forward.
Thanks, Chris. I'd like to touch on repowering and what needs to change and who has to change it. So, Chris, you touched on repowering it earlier on. So you have about 14, 15 energy developments in your area. You've got 8 volunteer councillors. At what point does the weight of engagement become unsustainable? And who should be funding the capacity needed to communicate properly?
At what point does the weight of engagement become unsustainable? I suppose that maybe trying to flip it around a bit, that Chris said he was the only developer in this room with many community councillors at one event. We've demonstrated that, including panel members, there's maybe, being generous, 10% of people here from a community perspective. Are we getting our event designs right here if we want to have that conversation that Maggie referred to, where all the perspectives are in the room at the same time? Because the danger of running echo chamber events where we just reinforce our own preconceptions doesn't really move us on, does it? Mm-hmm. So I suppose my challenge to everybody here is, next year, who are you going to bring from a community perspective to this event? And what does this event need to be like for that to be helpful for all parties?
Yep. Thanks, Chris. Did anyone else on the panel have anything to add to Chris's point?
I guess from a Community Scotland point of view, Community Energy Scotland point of view, we represent over 450 communities across Scotland. I should have a figure for how many we represent in the Highlands and Islands, but I don't. But it'll tell you what, it'll be the majority of that 450. And I mean, that, you know, it's certainly something I'll certainly be taking a lot back from the discussion, especially this particular discussion today, and other things that I've heard this morning as well. I think what's very important is that I think that the word early is really, really key for developers, and I think that's something that can be done. You're saying, you know, you're not sure what else can be done, but early conversations, and also a way to agree way early on, again, early, that key word early, to agree the rate of community benefits, because if a community knows that information, they can build financial plans and strategies going way into the future, and that will include how they're going to build their own capacity. If they know how much they're going to get, they know how much they can borrow until they start getting those benefits. You know, they can work all this stuff out. You know, a lot of communities have that capacity to do that already, and those that don't, they usually know somebody who can help them in a neighbouring community or a support enabling organisation. So I think the word early, that's key. That's key.
Hi. Yeah, I would agree with that. But you can be too early, in so much in the planning of an onshore wind development. We do have to have conversations with politicians, with landowners, with local authorities way before we have to go to the community, because it might not happen. And we have to get that timing right. But I agree, engage early, and we like to engage often as well.
We've got quite a few questions that have come through Slido, which I'll work through a couple just now. So a question from Matthew Holmes. What role do you see for small-scale community-owned generation selling electricity directly to local energy markets? Does anyone want to take that?
That's what we want, and we want it linked to a heat network, which was entirely absent from the debate for the rest of the day.
Oh, is that on? Yeah. I'll just add to that by saying that we're waiting for Ofgem and P441 review to come through to see what's going to happen and that will release a lot more potential for local energy trading.
A question from Claire Harris from Local Story Exchange. Do developers still see community as a box to tick, or are we moving away from that to recognise place and people as an integral part of that, to any development?
Was that directed at anyone in particular? It's just a phone. Some do that. Some are better than others. I like to think we're pretty good. But yeah, that still goes on, the box ticking, and you know, it beggars belief that there's developers out there doing that, because I mean this panel's entitled Buy-in, and we do it for the long term, so we want to get to know those people because we want to be good neighbours. That's the Fred Olsen corporate answer, in case the bosses are watching. But yeah, why that still goes on, the box ticking, is beyond me.
There's a question on where more community councils are invited. The answer is they were. I think it's our job as a publisher as well to keep the conversation going and engage directly with those councils throughout the year, rather than just at one event. So hopefully next year there will be more presence. I'll take one more question from the room before we wrap up, if anybody has one.
I'll stand up, not that it will make much difference. Martin Eyre from Broadford and Strath Community Council. I just wanted to echo what Catherine was saying about community liaison groups, and a quick observation, if I may, about the buy-in by developers. If you get the buy-in early on from communities, it will be appreciated. Broadford is a tale of two accommodation camps. One developer for the accommodation camp treated us, frankly, with contempt, and I'm reliably informed that eventually, after we kicked up quite a stink about how they were proceeding with their development proposals, SSE took them to one side and told them to withdraw their application and go away. On the other hand, at the other end of the village, another large accommodation camp was proposed by Balfour Beatty for the development of the overhead power line from the north end of Skye through to Invergary. And it really has been a different experience. We're still not happy with what they're proposing, but Balfour Beatty have listened and they've consulted. They're very active in a very early set-up community liaison group, and that is already, I think, proving dividends. And I've got a quick observation about, do community benefits get limited to where the impact is, or are they more regionalised? And I'll happily have a conversation with Maggie at lunchtime about that, because I think there are developments that would go some way to changing some of your concerns. But I can only emphasise, if developers treat it like a development as a tick box exercise, we will see it very clearly, and it won't work that way. You do need to engage early and engage sincerely.
Thanks for that.
Sorry, there was no question there, but there you go.
All right, thank you. So I'm getting a steely look here just now. So I'd like to thank all our panellists for taking part. Really good discussion with good insights. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you to all of our panellists. It's really good to see the whole picture and to get that other aspect. So my takeaways so far, just a very broad brush and not very accurate recap of my morning so far. It's a race. We're not running fast enough. The megawatt threshold needs to be increased to give Highland Council more control, more ability to make faster decisions, and a little bit more income, which will always be useful. Communication is essential, and that's right across the board. With communities, with people who are looking for good careers, with the people that we need to give good careers to in green energy. Communication between academia and employers, and with young people perhaps still at school. GB Energy want us to own more of our own green energy, and there is ambition from them to transform the Highlands and Islands from a place that young people leave to a place that young people want to come to in order to build good lives. There is potential. There is massive potential and passion for the whole of the Highlands and Islands to come together to create meaningful and sustainable legacy growth for our region. And the ambition of communities is there. There are plenty of volunteers, probably quite tired volunteers, who are willing to take up the case. But the ambition is let down by central organisations, sometimes by developers who won't listen. But kudos to Fred Olsen for actually sponsoring that panel discussion, and to Chris for being there in the firing line. I think you stood up for yourself fairly well. You acquitted yourself well there, and you were here. You were here to sit there and represent the developer in that discussion. But this is a conversation, and it needs to keep happening. And thank you to the Scotsman for starting this. I believe it, yes, it is year 5, so it's not just the very start. But let's keep that going. And let's keep that conversation going over lunch before we reconvene back here this afternoon for a 1:30 sharp start. If you don't get back in here by 1:30, then I'm going to make that very loud whistler whistle, and no, it wasn't me, it was Kieran from Elk, and he's just walked back into the room. So thank you very much to everybody for this morning, and we'll see you back here for lunch at 1:30. Thank you so much. all. I got round as many of you as I could during lunchtime to let you know that there was a dessert table. I hope you all found that. We've still got lots of things to unpack. I think there's been quite a few good topics of conversation that we have covered off, but there is still more to come. We're going to be addressing the economic potential of renewable energy. I think we've touched on a lot of that already. That is still to come. And we're also going to talk about, well, we're going to talk to and hear from young people. How did they get into the green energy industry? What's attracted them? And what lessons can we learn from their experiences, which I'm really looking forward to. But for the next 20 minutes or so, the stage belongs to you, Councillor Raymond Bremner, leader of Highland Council. And I've been asked, and I'm also not going to tell you that it was Ken Gowans who said this to me, no Gaelic singing. Stage is yours.
Well, stoch nach mimi shine na Gaelic ach you face can ag rule am you of college we call the revenue gehad to the north of the show east and dochs give us shifshe also college we call the rain. You didn't expect me not to start in Gaelic. I do that every single place that I go because that's exactly how you manage to promote the language. But hello, good afternoon. It's lovely to see you. I'm here with a smile on my face because 4 years ago I was fortunate enough to deliver the keynote speech to all of you wonderful people, looking forward to a future that we hoped that would be something that we could that we found very, very exciting. We had no idea about some of the pathways that lay in front of us. Every time that I come here, there are more of you. That's proof that 4 years ago, what we were looking at back then has actually started to achieve and started to deliver. I've got a speech here. I'm going to try and rattle through it as best as I can. And thanks to everybody else that wrote it for me. You don't think I make up all this stuff just off the top of my head. Those of you who've known, and I've gotten to meet so many of you over the past few years and been to where you are working on developments and taking things forward and delivering in our local areas, that you know by now that it's not without the help of many other people, including yourselves. I mean, I'm looking at faces all over the place that I didn't know 4 years ago, and I've had fantastic, I could even call some of you my friends. It's a pleasure to be here amongst colleagues from across industry and government and academia and the public sector and our communities as we discuss the future of energy, investment and sustainable growth in the Highlands again. When this conference first came together in 2022, the conversation centred around opportunity, exciting opportunity. The opportunity presented by offshore wind, the opportunity presented by hydrogen and emerging tech. Hang on a minute. Emerging technologies. If Nicky can do it, so can I. The opportunity presented by unprecedented levels of renewable energy investment and the opportunity for the Highlands, for here in the Highlands, to play a leading role in everything that we are doing to help Scotland and to help the UK achieve their net zero ambitions. And I have been in as many places, London and Edinburgh, to be able to promote that, the work that we're doing and everything that we're engaging with our partners up here, and to raise that profile. I had the privilege, as I was saying, of speaking at your very first conference. And at that time, much of the discussion that we were having was focused on what might be possible, the projects that could emerge, the investment that could follow, and the role that our Highlands could play in shaping the future energy system. Here we are, 4 years on, and many of those opportunities have become and continue to become a reality, and some of you are living that reality. Projects are progressing, investment has arrived and continues to arrive, infrastructure is being developed, and the Highlands are increasingly recognised as one of the most important regions in the UK's clean energy future. I've always referred to the Highlands as the powerhouse of the UK. Where's our friend from GB Energy, who's based in Aberdeen? I'm over it, okay? I'm over it. And the Highlands are increasingly being recognised, as I said, as one of our industry leading areas. People in industry and government, they want to talk to us. They include us in conversations, at forums. By the very nature of what we have achieved, there are many more attendees at this conference than there were back then. But as we continue to create more in respect of opportunity, and the scale of that opportunity continues to become clearer, so too has the scale of challenge. For those of you who have been, I've had the chance of speaking with today, says to Ian there just now, if we don't have challenge with the opportunities that we're chasing up, we're not doing enough stuff. And 4 years ago, who would have known that we would have secured the green Freeport status? Who would have known we would have secured investment from Sumitomo? Who would have known about the opportunities that we're going to prevail with the likes of Aventus and SSEN to the level that we see, and many of the other energy companies that are represented here today? And who would have known that we would have been in a position to look to secure investment from Mingyang and be disappointed not to secure it? Think about that. And not to, today the conversation is no longer simply about how much energy we can generate. It's about how we ensure that the benefits of the transition create stronger communities and amongst our Highlands, a more resilient economy, and a lasting legacy for the people of the Highlands. It's part of the conversation that we are continuing to have today by necessity because of what we have created for ourselves. Retaining our population, giving them a reason to stay, confidence to know they can find secure and retain sustainable, gainful, meaningful, and well-paid employment. But before we talk about where we are going, it is worth reflecting on where we have come from. For generations, the Highlands have helped power the nation. We reflected on that earlier on as well. From the hydroelectric pioneers who transformed communities and brought electricity to some of the most remote parts of Scotland. Who wrote this? Rural parts of Scotland. We're not remote. To the people, sorry, Neil, was that you? To the people, the businesses and the ports that supported the development of the North Sea energy sector. Talked about that earlier this morning as well. And now to the communities that are helping to deliver the transition to a low-carbon future. The Highlands, we have never stood on the sidelines of change. We have always helped shape it. 4 years ago, we recognized that we were standing at the beginning of another defining chapter, because the transition to net zero will not be delivered without our Highlands. The offshore wind opportunity, the hydroelectric heritage, the future opportunity, the opportunities in every energy storage and also in flexibility, the transmission infrastructure, the ports, the skills, the expertise, the natural resources that exist right across our region. Few places will contribute more to the UK's clean energy future than we will here in the Highlands. The question is no longer whether the Highlands matter. The question is, what next over the years to come? Learning and building on the past years, particularly over the past few years. And perhaps nowhere is the challenge clearer than in a simple contradiction. While the Highlands generate many times more renewable energy than we consume locally, many households continue to face some of the highest energy costs in the country. It's one of the biggest things that I make representation to government these days. While we host nationally significant energy infrastructure, many communities still continue to face challenges around housing and transport, workforce availability and economic opportunity. This is what we were saying when Nicky asked the question earlier on. Is it just about, workforce? Is it just about skills? Or is it bigger than that? It's much, much bigger than that. And while we are helping power the nation's future, we are increasingly experiencing the impacts of climate change. Today we see that in our own environment, our own geography here in Scotland, particularly in the Highlands. Across the Highlands we see more frequent severe weather storms, flooding, coastal erosion and disruption to critical infrastructure. For some communities, particularly along our coastline, adaptation is no longer a challenge for future generations. It is a challenge now. That's why for us here at Highland Council, resilience has become as important for us as growth has. But we've recognised that because the challenge before us is not simply how we decarbonise our economy. It's about how we continue to build communities that are resilient, that are sustainable, and that are able to thrive in a changing world. But it's not simply a story about challenges, it's a story about opportunity. An opportunity to demonstrate how clean energy, climate resilience and sustainable growth, economic growth, that can all be delivered together. An opportunity to show that the transition to net zero can actually strengthen communities as well as energy systems. And an opportunity to create a model of regional development that benefits not only the Highlands, but actually the whole of the UK. The Highlands have always been a place of innovation. And we should and are proud of that. If you're from the Highlands, be proud of it. Today, we have the opportunity to continue doing that and to do it all over again, not simply as a generator of renewable electricity, but as a centre for innovation, a centre for advanced manufacturing, a centre for energy storage, a centre for clean transport, a centre for future industries, and a centre for sustainable economic development. The opportunity before us is not simply to participate in the transition, it is for us to help lead that. Imagine a Highlands where renewable energy powers new industries. Can you imagine that? Where our ports support the development of the deployment of offshore wind projects across the UK and beyond the UK. Where energy storage, where advanced manufacturing and innovation creates opportunities for future generations, where businesses choose to locate close to abundant renewable energy. That's what it's all about. It's what we talked about 4 years ago as being our opportunities in the future. Where communities benefit not only from the infrastructure in and around about them, but also from the prosperity that it creates. Where resilience, sustainability and economic growth reinforce one another. We have communities now, today, as a result of four years ago, where they do actually believe, because you provide them jobs, have been staying in the Highlands, building their families in the Highlands, retaining their Highland heritage, and not moving away not moving away. Even though the jobs are higher paid or there are greater opportunities, they choose that the better lifestyle for them and the opportunity is actually here for them in the Highlands because you've provided that opportunity for them. Imagine a Highlands where young people can see that future for themselves within the communities in which they grew up, sustained right beyond now and into the future. That's the work that we're doing, where the transition creates not only energy infrastructure, but careers, apprenticeships, skills, opportunities, where access to good jobs, affordable housing, thriving communities encourages more people to build their future here, and where the benefits of the transition that helps create a Highlands that future generations are proud to inherit. It's been great working with all of those of you who have been involved in Workforce North, the partners that have been involved in that and launched that, where we are actually looking at embedding the idea of being part of our future workforce in our schools so that they are all ready for going into paid employment. It was being talked about this morning. We're actually doing a lot of that stuff actually now. That future is right within our reach, but it won't happen by accident. It will require your leadership, it will require your investment, and it will require your partnership. And it will require decisions that recognise the strategic importance of the Highlands to the UK's future. And that is certainly something that needs to be continually appreciated by government and ministers and cabinet ministers. That's why at Highland Council, we have been working with partners to create conditions that allow that opportunity to be realised. A lot of that with you. Take a breath. We're bringing together a series of strategic, it just shows you, I believe in this. I believe in this, and if I've been talking with you, surely I've been letting you know that I believe in this as well. We're bringing together a series of strategic projects to unlock socio-economic transformation focused on public and private co-investment and collaboration, converting investment into tangible community benefit, building a skilled, resilient workforce for the future, providing the infrastructure that we actually need for communities to live and thrive, ensuring that housing is actually available so that people can live and work locally. Maggie was talking about that earlier on, and strengthening the region's cultural strategy to support economic growth. Through the Highland Investment Plan, I don't know who it was, who put your hand up if I was saying it was the Highland Investment Plan? It was you, you don't need to put your hand up, it was you. The Highland Investment Plan, we are investing not only in infrastructure, but in places, services, communities. We're building schools, we're building houses, we're repairing our roads, clap, 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 that will support long-term sustainable growth. It's my floor. I'm going to tell you everything that Highland Council has been doing over the past year. Invest Highland has been established. We went to the team. Where's Grant? What are you doing up the back? You were sitting down the front this morning. Are you shy now? We've been to UK Reef so many times. We've been to, I'm not actually the chair of the Scottish Cities Alliance now, but, you know, representing Inverness as a hub, as part of the hub of the Highlands, and amongst all the rest of the cities of Scotland. We're doing stuff. And that Highland Investment Plan we took with us to UK Reef. It was great because we now have something that we can actually get people to focus in on. But investing not only in our infrastructure, but in our services and in our places, in our communities that will support long-term sustainable growth across the Highlands. Invest Highland has been established to help turn opportunity into sustainable economic growth, to connect investors, to connect businesses, to connect communities, public sector partners, to support innovation, to strengthen supply chains, that's important, to develop strategic sites. We were talking about that earlier on in the conversations through there, and to ensure that opportunities created by the transition support communities right across the area of the Highlands. Through our Highland Social Value Charter, if you were talking to our staff through there, you could have found out more about that. We are setting, and that's something we never had 4 years ago, there you go. We're setting out a clear expectation, but I can remember the last time when I was in here and I actually announced that we were launching that. You should have seen your faces. We are setting out a clear expectation that investment should leave a lasting legacy. That's been talked about this morning as well. Not only through, not simply through infrastructure, but through jobs, through skills, through the supply chain opportunities, community benefit, long-term economic value. It's all particularly important in terms of the employer charter, promotes fair work, workforce development, opportunities for local people to access the jobs that are being created by you through the transition. This is particularly important if we're to ensure that our young people can access the opportunities that we are creating through the transition and the development of their skills that will need to that will be needed to support the industries of the future. It's all stuff that we've been talking about all day. Together, we're providing a framework through which we can translate energy opportunity into stronger communities through improved infrastructure for better jobs and for long-term regional resilience. Because for too long, success has been measured by how much energy leaves the Highlands. Think about that. The next phase of the transition should be measured by how much opportunity stays in the Highlands. As we look ahead, it's clear that the success of the energy transition will depend not only on investment in generation, but on the wider energy system that supports it as well. Across the Highlands, developers, communities, and public sector organisations, they've all experienced firsthand the challenges associated with network constraints, connection delays, and ongoing reform of grid access arrangements. While reform is very necessary, it's essential that regions such as the Highlands that we live in are recognised not simply as locations for generation, but as strategic partners in delivering the UK's future energy system. The Highland possesses some of the best renewable energy resources in the whole of Europe. We generate significantly more renewable energy than we consume locally. Yet many of the challenges currently being addressed through grid reform stem from the fact that our energy system was largely designed around moving electricity from this area to another area of greater demand. The Highlands can play an important role in that conversation through the development of energy. You pressed that far too quick, Raymond. The development of energy-intensive industries, through greater development of energy storage and flexibility, through hydrogen production and emerging technologies, through advanced manufacturing, digital industries, and future growth sectors, and through creating the conditions for increased demand closer to the sources where we are generating that renewable energy. So in doing so, regions such as the Highlands can help reduce system constraints. We can support network efficiency and strengthen national energy resilience. That's why we see the Highlands not simply as a beneficiary of grid reform, but as part of the solution. A place where new approaches can be tested. A place where innovation can be demonstrated and at scale. And a place where strategic energy planning, economic development, and community benefit, they can all be aligned to support both the regional and the national objectives. That's why the reasons why the work currently being undertaken by the National Energy System Operator, NESO, is so important. The move towards regional energy strategic planning and strategic spatial energy planning provides an opportunity to move beyond individual projects and take a more coordinated view of how energy structure, infrastructure, communities, industry, and economic development can evolve together. For us at the Highland Council, this is not simply an energy discussion. It's a discussion about housing. It's a discussion about transport. It's a discussion about economic development. It's a discussion about climate resilience and the future to shape our communities and to sustain them. That's why we, and the Highland Council welcome the opportunity to continue this conversation with NESO and partners at the Strategic Energy Planning Forum in Inverness, and that's on later this month. The event takes place, like everything else does, at the King's Mills Hotel on the 19th of June. And if you're not already registered, I would encourage you very much to get involved. And if you're looking for anyone with an interest in the future of the energy system, take part. It's an opportunity to help ensure the voices here in the Highlands is heard as these important discussions go forward and continue. The decisions being made today will help shape our energy system, our economy, and our communities for decades to come. The Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport provides perhaps, for me, the clearest example of the opportunity before us. The Freeport is more than a development project. It's a catalyst for regional transformation. I've been absolutely delighted to be able to help shape that right at the beginning with folks like Ian and Callum, who's on to pastures new. But what a lot of work went into, you've no idea, maybe sometimes we'll have the chance to reflect on just exactly how much work went into that, with no idea that we were ever going to secure it, and we did. It's a great feeling. A catalyst for investment, for innovation, for skills development, and high-value employment. It provides an opportunity to demonstrate how regions generating clean energy can also attract the industries, the investment, and the jobs that energy enables. An opportunity to align economic growth, energy policy, and community benefit, and an opportunity to establish Highlands as a strategic centre for the industries that will support the transition to net zero. Together with Invest Highland, which I mentioned, and our regional partners, the Freeport, and I'm looking at some of you looking at me, yes, you are our regional partners. And maybe sometimes we need to do more to actually have conversations and discussions with you. I'm looking at Colin up the back there for a start, remember? We had there was a period last year where we had a chat online, and we thought, we all felt good after we came off it, and we thought, we need to do that again. Do you remember that, Colin? And we are going to do it again. The plans are in place for it. Delegates, where are you from the Highland Council? Who are they still through there? Where's the Highland Councils? Do you know, why is it every time that I ask you, you're frightened to put your hands up? In fact, do this for me, will you, boys? If you're from the Highland Council, will you stand up? They're not going to miss you now, are you? That's called a team. Thank you very much. Now you know who to be able to go and speak to at this. You can kill me later, boys and girls. So, but realizing the opportunity depends upon creating the right conditions, the access to the energy, the grid capacity, the strategic infrastructure investment, the planning certainty, where's Malcolm when you need him, and policy frameworks that recognize the value of locating industry and demand close to abundant sources of renewable energy. As we move on, we're going to be looking at bringing the whole of the Highlands to its future full potential. Looking forward to working with you all on that. The last there's just a couple of points. Have I still got maybe a minute?
No, but we'll give you it. 30 seconds, you can have it.
Great. So, infrastructure that supports growth, energy reform that supports opportunity, investment models that retain value locally, and partnerships that shape development together. It's been an absolute fantastic pathway that we've been on over the past few years. Next chapter is going to be even more fantastic. We will have challenges, but we can meet them and we can overcome them. But we need to be prepared to work together and to be able to accommodate each other. I'm looking for the next 4 years, but first, next year, I got to get re-elected. Thanks very much, everybody. Moran Tangagulu.
Thank you, Raymond. It's all right, you only went 8 minutes over time, but we'll give you that. I'm loving that positivity, I'm loving that passion, and I actually really appreciated that going back to 4 years ago to say, where were we then? And look how far we've come. Because I think sometimes, and I'm guilty of that as well, well, Ian Sinclair started us off by saying, it's a race and I don't think we're running fast enough. You're never going to run fast enough for me. But you actually see that in that short period of time, what we have achieved, and looking at the legacy of what we've got behind us, and looking at the ambition and that collaboration, if we can pull everyone together, all working in the same direction. My goodness, what have we achieved in this 4 years? What can we achieve in the next and the next and the next? So thank you for that, Raymond, and I hope you're elected as well. It's nothing to do with me. Our next, only because I don't live where you live, our next session is going to be chaired by Ian Sinclair. He was on much earlier on. He's the guy who doesn't think we're running fast enough. He is a Chief Strategy Officer from Marr, and I asked him how you pronounce that just to get it right. It's M-A-R-E-A-N. Oh no, M-A-R-A-E-N, and it's Marra, which is Gaelic for the sea, energy, Marran, which makes perfect sense now. His panel comprises, and as I mentioned your name, please come up and let's get started. Greg Clark, Head of Corporate Affairs, SSEN Transmission. Up you come, Greg. Alison Wilson, Investment and Development Manager for Inverness and Crombie Firth Green Freeport. I don't know how many times those words have been said in that order today so far. Mike Hay, who's Commercial Director at Ridge. And finally, Eileen Linklater, Corporate Affairs Director from EMEC, the European Marine Energy Centre. Welcome to you, Eileen. And up you come, Ian. This is yours. You've got 40 minutes and counting.
Brilliant. Wow. How do I follow that? I'm not going to try and follow it, Raymond. I think I'll give everybody a bit of peace for the next 5 minutes or so. Regardless of who wrote the script, genuinely, I think that that need for absolute resolute focus on and positive mindset against delivery, against the opportunity is what we all need. And I think if we have that, that's going to be the differentiator for us. Okay, so you've done my work for me so far, so thank you for that. Today we've heard about the progress to date and the achievements that we've had locally. We've listened to challenges around developing skills that aren't quite there, and the critical role that proactive and positive communication has, and the opportunity is real and it is happening. I'm delighted to chair this session. We did have a pre-call last week, and it really was quite lively. So you're going to either be educated or certainly entertained this afternoon, so looking forward to that. The session itself was about unlocking that full commercial potential. We've talked about that today, but how are we going to go about that? It's about that accelerating the project delivery, strengthening supply chains, attracting inward investment, and creating the policy certainty needed to compete globally. From offshore and floating wind to wave and tidal energy, hydrogen and grid infrastructure, we're going to look at how the collaboration between industry, government and communities can turn ambitious energy projects into lasting regional prosperity. So, without further ado, I'm going to work my way along the panel, and please, guys, feel free to jump in as we discuss. But I'm going to kick off first question to yourself, Alison, if I may. As Raymond mentioned earlier, the Highlands and Islands are often described as a renewable energy powerhouse. What are the biggest economic opportunities the region can realistically unlock over the next 10 years?
Thank you. Brilliant to be here and be part of the discussion. As Raymond mentioned, he described Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport as a catalyst, and that's exactly what we are. So in terms of unlocking the potential for this region, that's what we are here to do. Our ambition is straightforward. You'll have heard some of those big numbers earlier. We're here to attract 6.5 billion of investment and 11,000 jobs to this region over the next 20 years. And whilst I don't dispute that we're in a race, I do think there are a couple of races, and we've got the immediate one that might be a bit of a sprint, but we're also in a marathon as well, and this is a bit of an endurance piece too. The investment that we want to bring through the Green Freeport is investment that will be here in 30 years' time. So the opportunity you've heard earlier isn't just about generating energy in this region, it's about us through the Green Freeport actually landing manufacturing operations that are part of the supply chain, not only for floating offshore wind, which is one of the opportunities that sits within our reach, but also for wider energy sectors. And we see that opportunity as including both attracting new businesses to our region, and we're already doing that. You'll have seen today our partners from Sumitomo through exhibiting, but also working with our local businesses as well, who have the expertise and the people to be able to service the energy sector in the next while.
For context, and I'm going to speak back on this because we are in a race, and it's not about the lack of acknowledgement about what we have achieved, but we do have to recognise if we are not moving quick enough in the decision-making process, if we're not teeing yourself up and doing all the work that sits around the side, then we are going to miss out to overseas competition. And I guess to be ready for that as well, you know, Greg, certainly the role in which SSEN plays within that is critical.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Good afternoon, folks. Lovely to be here. Raymond, hope I can follow your energy, your enthusiasm and your optimism. I think that was exactly what we all needed after lunch. As it's been touched on throughout the course of today, Ian, we've got a huge role to play as the transmission owner in the north of Scotland. We've got very ambitious investment plans. A huge proportion of that investment will fall within the Highland region, and that will deliver enormous benefits to the people, the businesses and the communities across this beautiful part of the world. Just to maybe give some numbers on what that means and some real practical examples. So Christianna mentioned we've got this £29 billion investment plan right across our network region. Around £8 billion of that is projects that will have an interaction with the Highlands. We forecast that £2 billion of that will be going directly to Highland-based businesses. And just to give some very specific, very recent examples, we're now in the early construction phase on our Spittal to Peterhead subsea cable. Up in Raymond's neck of the world, we have the Guns contractor. We also have Nickel Skeen, who are based across our network region, big presence in the Highlands, big presence in Aberdeenshire. £130 million of contracts has already been provided to those businesses. We are delivering houses across our network region, including up in Wick, where there's properties that we are refurbishing, bringing them up to standard. They will house our workers. That will then leave a lasting legacy. A number of new schemes that we've already announced in and around the Bewley area, Bewley, Muirrevord, Drumna Droghett, also across in the Western Isles. Again, we're taking forward that project as we speak. So the opportunity is vast. specifically civil contracting work in the Highland region in particular. There'll be huge, huge benefits. Forestry, aggregates, again, these are opportunities that will go directly to the businesses and to the people who live and work in this region. We're really excited about the opportunity. There are some challenges ahead. I'm sure we'll come on to that in terms of policy, in terms of decision making. But I'm very optimistic about the opportunities that lie ahead of us. And again, great to be here today and contribute to what's been a phenomenal session so far.
Okay, thanks, Greg. I don't know, would you like to jump in, Mike, at all, or Eileen? From an Islands perspective, any thoughts or considerations from unlocking?
Sure. So, hello, everybody. I'm Eileen Linklater from EMEC in Orkney. For anyone not familiar with EMEC, we're the world's leading test and demonstration centre for initially wave and tidal technologies, but our role has definitely grown increasingly broad in terms of now working across floating wind, hydrogen, energy systems, different types of work. So our job really is to help to bring new technologies into operation and help commercialise these emerging technologies. We're independent and we're not for profit, so I think that gives us a kind of unique perspective in that respect. And our role is really simple. It's all about reducing time, cost and risk, about commercialising these technologies. Being based in Orkney really matters to us, and I would like to thank Guy for giving me the gift of the quote earlier, if you caught his speech. I had the pleasure of hosting Dan McGrail, the CEO of GB Energy in Orkney, and the quote is, "Orkney's the pinnacle of what can be achieved." So I hope that we can share some of that with the rest of the Highlands and Islands, because it's a shared opportunity. It's so very much our shared resource. As much as Orkney's a lighthouse community, we obviously, in the process of pioneering new things, come across the challenges. And I think these are shared challenges as well, which we're going to touch on. But what we've been doing is addressing these challenges with real sea testing, real world testing, and that has real world consequences, which means real economic impact. So the economists have run the numbers, thanks to Bigger for that, and £40 million has been invested in infrastructure in Orkney just for innovation, for testing and proving stuff, and that's generated a return of 370 million GVA. So it's more than eightfold return, 263 million of that in Scotland. So that's just at the innovation stage. And I think the point I wanted to make today was that impact doesn't just come when something's built. It starts way, way before that. And we need to really think about designing in from the earliest point how we connect the innovation and the learning with the infrastructure and the industry. And so that is a hope which we can dig into a bit more today.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to pick that up actually, and I'll come to you in a second, Mike, but you mentioned policy, enabling policy a bit earlier, Greg, and I guess what changes do you think that are urgently required to accelerate that position for that infrastructure in these projects?
Yeah, great question, Ian. So probably 2 or 3 points I would make. The first one relates to planning. So we have a new Scottish government. Looks a bit like the last Scottish government and the Scottish government before that and the Scottish government before that. But we are very enthused by some of the early commitments that they are making around accelerating planning, a real delivery focus. We have, as I say, this huge opportunity at our fingertips. Let's not lose the opportunity. Let's grasp it with both hands. And we do need governments to work across their agencies with local authorities. We need them to address the resources, the challenges that David and his team have and other local authorities have across the north of Scotland. You know, we need more planners. It's great to hear from the UHI this morning that is an area of focus for them. So planning and resourcing in that system is going to be extremely important. Raymond mentioned the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan. So this is a new plan that will look out to 2050 that will effectively set what the trajectory of generation and demand will look like across Great Britain to get us to net zero. How much wind, how much hydro, how much solar, where's that going to be? Let's make sure that that does not undermine the existing investment opportunities that we have at our disposal. The Highlands and Islands Enterprise £100 billion regional transformation opportunity report, huge amount of that is in that low carbon sector. Let's make sure that the system operator delivers a plan that aligns with those opportunities. And I won't steal Mike's thunder, but transmission charging continues to be a barrier for generators. I will just qualify, as a transmission owner, we do not set transmission charging. That's the role of the National Energy System Operator, and government ultimately are looking at that, as Mel mentioned this morning. But again, I know Mike will talk to that in far more detail than I can.
doing my job for me. Mike, just coming on to you there, as a director of one of Scotland's most promising offshore wind projects, what you'll be sitting there right at the front of, you're facing it front and centre at the moment. So what do you see as being the key urgent changes that need to take place?
Yeah, let me introduce myself first and I kind of explain how we've got to where we are really quickly. I'm Mike Kay. I'm a commercial director at Ridge. Ridge is a Scottish offshore wind developer, small Scottish offshore wind developers, not many of them around. We were set up in 2017 as a group of 3 friends, effectively, 3 co-founders, specifically to target the development of the West of Orkney wind farm, which we recognised as an opportunity back in 2016. We very focused on development in the Highlands. I'm actually personally from Inverness. I was brought up here, went to Melbourne. Used to work here as a porter, actually.
Sounds like you were, yeah.
30 years ago. See, Colin's still the gardener as well, actually, I just noticed. But we specifically wanted to develop a project in the Highlands. We specifically wanted to develop a big project in the Highlands. We took that vision to Macquarie, the Australian infrastructure investor. They bought into that. They bought into us. They took it to Total Energies. They bought into the concept and the idea as well. We put 1 bid in for ScotWind. We won that bid. We won the West Orkney wind farm. And since then, it's been full pedal to the floor on developing this, and not just as a project, but developing it properly as an opportunity for the Highlands, as an opportunity for the supply chain, as an opportunity for the communities, as an opportunity for the UK as a whole. It's a big project. It's £6.5 billion capital investment once it gets built. So we have been flying, and we've had all the support to get to where we are. We've had really good support, amazing support from the Highland Council. They were very quick to consent our onshore works back in 2024. 2025 last year, we got great consent from the Scottish Government. So we are by far and away the most advanced project. We've invested, including option fees, £170 million in this project. Yeah. So it's not, these things are, not taken lightly, but we have absolutely hit the sludge of transmission charging. Yeah. So just as background, transmission charges tripled the forecast for transmission charges tripled in late 2023. To do with a number of different reasons, mainly to do with the full scale projection of the build out of the transmission works, but also the way it's calculated. It's almost like a seesaw. So effectively, the more generation there is up the north, the more you have to pay, but also the more credits are paid back to projects in the south. So our estimate is that by 2030, on wider Chinuos transmission charges, for every £1 that will be paid in the Highlands, only 33% goes back into transmission build. 66% goes into credits for southern generators. So the whole system is completely out of kilter. It was never designed to do that. So to their credit, DESNZ, the UK government, have stepped in, and they are doing some great work. Reform national pricing is fantastic. It's really great options on the table there, but they're not going to be in place till 2029. That's a long way away. So really, we're relying on Ofgem, specifically doing something immediate and short term to try and bridge us from where we are today to where we need to get this project moving again, because you may have read that we stopped all development work. Ofgem are not known for their nimble, quick decision making, unfortunately, and we are in the sludge.
And I was listening to Melanie this morning. I don't know if she's still here or she's maybe disappeared now, but actually within mission control, I think Ofgem is under their mandate to affect that change as well. So you like to think there's a conversation taking place. I just want to, just before I move on to the next question, take the opportunity as well, because I think listening to Mike there, and I've actually feel like I've been working the project, I think since 2016 with Mike, in my career has been running in parallel watching. The authentic engagement that's offered through what these guys are doing is just incredible, and the differentiator as well. We talk about these huge projects that are sitting off, in the North Sea, but they're not faceless projects. They're still people, and I think everything that we've spoken about today, right from the first session to where we are now, and Councillor Bremner touched on that as well. It's about that collegiate approach. Nobody in this room can do it on their own. No one business can do it on their own. But actually, if you wanted a case study of an exemplar case study on how to go about that stakeholder engagement, I have to say it's credit to Mike. I think Jack's here as well, and Keith, and that what you've done has been incredible to get to that point. And I'm still convinced, and I'm eternal optimist, but I really believe that story that you started writing, crafting in the kitchen all these years ago, still got chapters to be written. But before we get too emotional and I break down here, move on to the next question. I think, you know, that the policy piece is a real challenge, you know, as we talk about everything. But from an EMEC's position, you know, there's been an award, you know, 50 million worth of funding, you know, that's taken place, huge step, you know, towards these pre-commercial projects. What does that mean for the sort of the wider, you know, Highlands and Islands in terms of an opportunity?
It's the funding that has just been awarded is from UKRI to expand our tidal testing. So we're moving into the next phase really of scaling up from single prototype machines to the first small farms and arrays. Really important tipping point for the tidal sector in particular. But what's more meaningful, I guess, for this room is the fact that that investment is such a sign of confidence from UK government, which is really important, but also presents a £500 million supply chain opportunity in itself, just the build out of that site expansion. So we're talking about, you know, the construction works around the site, but also the fact that so Orbital Marine Power, one of the tidal companies, you know, have intention to build their turbines at Nig. And just one example. It's really important because the Highlands and Islands is such a unique opportunity with a sector that is genuinely world leading, and it offers different benefits to other forms of renewables because it's predictable. It offers system resilience. This is really, really valuable stuff. And, you know, we own this right now. But the difficult bit is just keeping that confidence. And the reason that you know, award was so important was because in Scotland we actually have a strategy void at the moment. So, you know, we waited for many years for an energy strategy and just transition plan, which has never emerged, and there's lots of reasons for that. But, you know, we really need that. We need to see some really decisive leadership in the policy space and consistent leadership in that policy space, because we've really been fighting against that for a long time. And I'll just chuck in the other expansion we're looking at, which is critical for this part of the world, is building on our experience in test and demonstration for wave and tidal projects. We're looking at setting up a site for deep water and floating wind testing as well. The fact of the matter is that to build that industry here, we need to anchor the early innovation and the early supply chain here as well. So yeah, the deep wind project is something that we're actively working on to try and make sure we secure that again early as possible.
Yeah, Greg, I'd like to come to you just next. I think you guys have got a role to play in there, but I do think it's such an important point you make, Eileen, because what is happening up at EMEC is global. It's easy to think, you know, parochial and think, well, it's the Highlands and Islands. It's not. It's a global badge of honour, genuinely, in renewable technology. And I have the privilege of sitting on the board of a pre-commercial business, which is WaveTech, and, you know, EMEC is talked all over the world. So again, that's the Highlands and Islands exporting knowledge and IP. Greg, just on that, you know, the role in which, you know, SSEN play, you know, interconnectors, transmission, etc. There's been interesting your insights just on supporting that.
Yeah, no, of course, Ian. So again, first of all, great to see the positive progress in Orkney with EMEC. We're delighted to now be eventually providing that transmission connection. There's many people in this room that have been arguing that for a long, long time. Again, that's going to help that set to continue to develop and continue to advance and hopefully move into that commercialisation space. Just to sort of build on Eileen's points, one of the key, and again, coming back to common themes from throughout today, is that long-term certainty, long-term policy certainty, but also long-term regulatory and system certainty. Again, those strategic spatial energy plans will be central to that. But Sumitomo's been mentioned. So, you know, one of the key things that brought Sumitomo to the Highlands, notwithstanding all the great work from governments, from Highland Council, enterprise agencies and others, we were able to offer them a long-term contract for the Shetland 2 cable, giving them that certainty of investment. That will be the first cable that comes out of that factory, providing that second high-voltage direct current link to Shetland. We've built a lot of expertise in that high-voltage direct current technology in the north of Scotland, where Inverness is genuinely at the forefront of innovation and development in HVDC. That's our HVDC headquarters from an SSEN Transmission perspective, and we have a relatively new office space that was opened, I think, a couple of years back, where Councillor Bremner kindly did the honours. We're developing the Western Isles link. We've recently completed the Shetland First link. We have the Spittal to Peterhead project that I mentioned. We have 2 HVDC links heading south to England that come out of Peterhead for 2030 or thereabouts. And looking further afield, we will be moving towards more integration with our European neighbours, European super offshore grids, And we genuinely are at the forefront, not just in the UK, but within Europe and potentially even globally, in innovations in that technology. That is an expertise that we can build in this country, but we can also export to other nations. So really exciting opportunities beyond what we would consider the conventional network upgrades, and again, something that we're continuing to work on with our supply chain partners. And I'll finally just mention Hitachi. Hitachi recently opened a new office in Glasgow, got a lot of attention with the First Minister. They've also got a presence in Inverness. It's a small office, but the international investors are coming to Inverness. They're seeing what we're doing here. They're seeing the opportunities that the Highlands and the Islands is presenting. And again, something that we all want to continue to build on and make sure that those opportunities are staying here and the benefits are flowing to the people, to the businesses and to the communities.
Oh, that's great, Greg, and I'm going to come to yourself next, if I may. If you could stick your hand up, because I keep looking as well. I don't want to get into trouble, Nicky, so just let me know timing-wise. I've got 25 minutes, so you just said, 25, no, 5. So if anybody's got any questions they want to ask, please just stick your hand up and I'll glance over and call you in so that you get the opportunity. Alison, just from a Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport perspective, and listening to the opportunity, whether it be O&M to support what's happening up in the islands and the role to play, really keen to understand just exactly what needs to happen now to ensure these job opportunities are translating into or materialising for real. What needs to happen now, right now?
If I may, I'll just quickly revert back to that final bit of the conversation, both from what Eileen was saying and Greg, and just to cast an investor lens over the top of that. Whilst the Green Freeport is a very specific geography, our investors, and they're coming through the doors of our office, but most importantly through the doors of our ports in Ardesir, in Inverness, in Cromarty Firth, in Nig, and beyond in Highland Deephaven and Inverness campus. They are coming through and they see us as Scotland, or they see us as the Highlands and Islands, and it is really important that we are working with and also platforming the work that's going on elsewhere. And part of that leads into what are the immediate priorities. Greg mentioned Sumitomo and the opportunity to provide them with an anchor contract. We don't need to just land investment here. We also need to anchor that investment locally. So the work that we all do to support investors like Sumitomo in their first few years here as they are building their business with us is really, really important. It's not just a case of us grabbing the headlines. We need to then work and make sure that they are being provided with the people, that they have the clusters of supply chain companies around them as well. I think it's important that we then, on the supply chain, work with our smaller local businesses. We talk a lot about the Highlands and Islands being full of micro businesses and SMEs. It's important that we engage them in this opportunity as well, directly, and also through the conversation earlier with the panel on skills, making sure that we have the skills landscape here that builds our businesses. We're investing in infrastructure, that's already happening, but we need to keep shouting. We need to keep our foot to the floor on that. The Green Freeport already has brought in 850 million of investment in a very short space of time. And those figures, for somebody like me who's been in this part of the world for 30 odd years, are eye-watering, but they're not going to be enough. We need to keep that steady flow of investment coming in to our region, and that needs to be a partnership between our public sector and private sector.
Thank you. Mike, do you want to come in? Do you want to come in on that just before?
I mean, given that we work with two really big international investors, I can tell you how challenging, and I sit on a board of the project alongside them, and we know them very well, having worked with them for nearly 10 years, how difficult it is to keep them focused on a project and an opportunity like this in such a regulatory uncertain world of transmission charging. It's almost impossible, because these guys don't want to sit on assets, just put them on the shelf. They want to build them. So they want to put the billions in and construct things. They don't want to sit on assets and put them on a shelf. They've got global portfolios that they're moving their money around. We're in competition with projects in Germany and France, in Korea. We're in competition with other, not just offshore wind projects, but investment opportunities. And they've got a very short attention span when it comes to things like this. And unfortunately, we keep telling government this, and we haven't seen the change that we need. And I am concerned that you know, the Highlands, the offshore wind investment opportunity, these things don't hang around forever. Basically, these opportunities don't hang around forever, is what I'm saying.
You know, so you're the same page as me. It's a race, and it requires momentum. You need to keep running.
People have got
at that same pace.
You've got to keep moving.
You
these
have
things.
to. Yeah,
we can't just sit and wait.
Eileen?
Jump in on the back of that. It strikes me that, you know, there's a risk here. The risk is that we continue with a really extractive model in terms of the electricity market, where energy might be generated here, but the value is all captured elsewhere. So we do need to take action, but we're not trying to change the laws of physics, right? The stuff we're talking about here, it's basically rules. And rules are made to be broken, and they're made to be broken by regions who have tremendous resources and skills in terms of the stewardship of those resources coming together and, you know, with that united front, making these points to make sure that that change does happen.
Because if you don't break the rules, then we've got a broken opportunity, I guess is key. Okay, I'm being given the signal to wrap up here, guys. I know we've got so much that we could continue to chat about, and I could speak all day with you guys. I guess I would probably just give you the opportunity. I can come across the panel just to, as almost like a call to arms. It feels that that's spirited, and I have to say, for me, it's positive. I think there's a real passion, there's a caring in what we want to achieve, and I think, again, that authentic engagement that, you know, the Scottish and Highland community has is such a global differentiator. And actually over lunch, Nicky and I were just speaking briefly about, you know, that authenticity. It's not about having to show off, but we do need to tell the story better, and we need to talk more confidently about what we are achieving and to deliver against that. But you know, perhaps I'll just start with yourself, Eileen, and just that almost call to arms, you know, and sort of your closing piece.
I think I've possibly already done mine, but but as an islander, I'm not sure how many of us there are in this room actually, because a lot of the discussion has been around the Highlands. But we can do better. We can do better at coming together and bridging, you know, literally and figuratively between that. As I said at the start, how do we make sure that innovation translates to the investment in infrastructure and the benefit for industry?
Great grandfathers from Stroma, so I'll claim that one. Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it already. I mean, the Highlands has got a great ethos of working together, and you know, this is why we show up at these events. We're always we want to be as open as we can and work with people as best we can. And in times like this, we kind of need to work together. We need to get over the issues that we've got, and hopefully at some point we can repay it with a decent project and a lot of economic value coming out of it for the region.
Teamwork and trust. Yeah.
I'm going to take a slightly unusual tone and give a bit of an anecdote, if you just forgive me. So I was in here on Tuesday night, and apologies to anyone else who was in the room, because they'll hear it from me and not from Angus Campbell, who was far more effective at delivering this anecdote than I am. So Angus Campbell, Chair of Highlands and Islands Enterprise, former leader of Western Isles Council, and he recounted a story. Western Isles have been trying for decades to get renewable investment at scale, and the thing that's held them back is grid. Lack of transmission infrastructure. We've been working very closely with them and others to try and take that forward. He provided an anecdote of the development of one of the first large onshore wind farms in the Western Isles, and some local community members had concerns. That's understandable. You know, landscapes will be affected by this infrastructure. I don't think we can get away from that. We need to try and develop them as sensitively as possible within the planning framework that we operate. But their focus is retaining the young people. Focus of the Highlands, Raymond mentioned it, is retaining the young people. And the anecdote that Angus really effectively gave that I thought was extremely powerful was the campaigners were going door to door asking community members to sign a petition in opposition to the wind farm. So they knocked on this old woman's door, asked her if she would sign the petition. She invited them in for a cup of tea. So they came inside, sat down, had a cup of tea, and they said to the woman, "Could you sign the petition, please?" "Why?" "It's going to ruin the view." So she took them over to her mantelpiece, and on the mantelpiece was a picture of her kids and her grandkids. And none of them lived in the Western Isles because they had to move away from the Western Isles to get work. And her response to the campaigners, and I'm not undermining, I'm not trying to dismiss the concerns that people have, they're legitimate, but her message to the campaigners is that's the only view that matters. She wants her kids and her grandkids to stay in the area that they grew up, the area that they want to live and work. Yes, we need to work really hard with communities. I'm not sure we do it as well as we could across the board. We've got lots of lessons that we can learn in our industry and in our business, but we want this to be a thriving economy for people to stay. We want people to move to this economy. We want to be able to fund the services that this economy across the Highlands and Islands needs. So I just thought that was a really powerful anecdote. Angus Campbell would have delivered it far more effectively than me. I hope he doesn't mind me using that example, but it certainly stuck with me, and it's one that I'll use again.
Very brave with no questions to be asked next. And closing up, please.
Yeah,
Alison.
I think from my perspective, we've already attracted investment. We have got world-leading infrastructure and assets in our region, and we've got an unprecedented pipeline of interest. We need the market conditions and we need the policy decisions to be made at pace to allow us to capitalise on that.
Thanks, Alison. So, yeah, final remarks. I'm sure you'll join me in thanking the panel in the usual way just in a second, just to say thank you to you all. I think there was genuine, heartfelt passion. This was actually a bit tamer than the call last week. It always is, but it's genuine. And if you can join me in thanking the panel, I'd be appreciative.
Speak up here. Thank you all very, very much. Goodness, I'm quite frustrated by a lot of that. I'm quite frustrated by the fact that there's nobody actually from the Scottish Government here in the room to listen to these incredibly passionate, incredibly innovative people, to understand the scale of what we have here. And I do wonder about that central belt bias again. Thank you all very much for that. Also really noticing that we had EMEC, based in Orkney, west of Orkney Wind Farm, mentioned Western Isles and Shetland all in that discussion. And I'm wondering where Logan are as well. I shall just leave that there. Our final session of the day is looking to the future. This is a wonderful session, and it's about the next generation. I'm going to invite Claire Sim to chair this session. She is Regional Skills Planning Lead for Highlands and Islands from Skills Development Scotland. And there are 4 panellists who I invite just to come up as Claire makes her way there as well. Rudy, Agnes, Darren and Kira. And I will then leave Claire to introduce them. Our final panel of the day, and this should take us up to 3 o'clock when we close. Claire, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hello, welcome everyone, and thank you for sticking around for the final session. I may be biased, but I think this might be the most important session of the day when we get to hear from some very, very important voices in the room, and that is the voices of our young people. I am an Islander. There's been a big shout out to the islands this afternoon. I'm an Arcadian, born and bred. However, I now live in Highland, so I'm slowly, one person at a time, bridging the gap between the islands and the mainland. What I would really like to cover off first before I invite our young people up to the stage is just to cover off a few things that have been key themes throughout the day. The first thing I would say is we heard this morning a lot about the challenges, particularly around workforce. That is not to underestimate that there are significant challenges. However, what I want to give you a bit of is reassurance that we know what these challenges are, and as Councillor Raymond Bremner said, we're doing stuff. We have really started quite a significant programme of activity to tackle the workforce challenges that we're facing into and make sure that we can give investors confidence that we're ready to meet their workforce needs. There's been a huge piece of partnership working, coming together through a project called Workforce North that I'm supporting leading on, but I am just one of several partners who are coming together to tackle this workforce challenge. We've got UHI, we've got Scottish Funding Council, we've got the Inverness, Crumity, Firth and Grieve, Freeport. Highland Council have played a huge role in getting this activity off the ground. We've got good relationships with all our other local authority councils right across the region as well. DWP, DYW, there are so many partners involved. This is a huge project. We're trying to cover off, there are 5 key themes that came through as our most pressing challenges, some of which you've already heard about today. The first one was about making sure people know, that people are aware of what is going on in our local communities, the level of investment, where these jobs are going to be and where they are now already. And we want our young people in our school system to be really well aware of those opportunities. But not just our young people. Those young people are really heavily influenced by their family members, their carers, people in their communities. So we need to make sure everybody is aware of what is on the doorstep. The Highlands and Islands is quite significantly impacted by the level of outward migration of young people. There has been, over the last few years, a real pressure within the school system for academic achievement. And what that has come with is this sense that the gold standard of achievement is going to the highest levels of higher education. And often, for our young people in this region, that's leaving this region. And we want to try and stem that flow and make sure that people see the wealth of opportunity that is available here and retain as many of those young people as possible. The second theme is looking at, specifically within our school system, opening up that vocational exposure. So trying to find any corner of that school space to increase access for our young people to industry, to communities and job opportunities that are out on their doorstep where they can play a part, and getting that hands-on experience. The quote earlier, I think, from Callum was, people won't choose what they don't see. But it's more than that. It's not only about them seeing it, but it's getting to experience it as well. That's what helps them make those decisions, and we want them to get access to that. Highland Council have done a huge piece of work around this space, and they really are showing the way forward in terms of what we can do through collaboration. And DYW play a significant role in that right across the region. The third theme is about apprenticeship expansion. UHI are doing a fantastic job trying to offer as much as they can, but we are in this region facing into economies of scale in terms of numbers. And when funding pressures are what they are, there is a limited availability of what they can offer, with pressures on numbers being able to take part in what they are offering. So apprenticeships are a huge way forward for this region to offer a high level of academic achievement, but aligned to industry needs, and making sure that we can retain people in a way that we can fund with economies of scale, and utilising UHI as well as our training providers, our private sector training providers, to try and capitalise on that skills and make sure there are really good, valuable opportunities for people. The fourth thing is about upskilling and reskilling. We have got to make sure we're capitalising on every single person that exists in our community and making sure they have the right skills to take up opportunities that we have available. Upskilling and reskilling, we need to do a huge amount of work of making sure there is good funding available to support people to take up upskilling and reskilling opportunities, and making sure there's really smooth transitions out of sectors that are facing a downturn so that they can move across into sectors that are seeing an increase in workload. But we've got to get better at how we do that and how the system works together to do that. And then in talent attraction, the numbers don't add up. We do not have enough people sitting currently in our school system for the sheer volume of jobs that are out there and that we require to be filled across the Highlands and Islands. So we have to be attractive to bring people in. Where we do have people leaving the region, and individuals have to make the right choice for them, we want to make sure they have really good connections back into the region. So things like summer placements, graduate internships, we want to really make sure we're maxing out on that as best we can. The public sector partners have recognised for years we've been working fairly siloed, we've been working individually, and within that, there's gaps in our system, there are gaps between our different focuses. We're trying to bridge those gaps and work much more effectively together, and industry have told us they expect that, they need it. We have been told we have got to work fast. It's a race, we're not running fast enough. We are working as hard as we possibly can. And possibly because we are really working hard to try and address this and address it quickly, we're maybe not shouting loud enough about what we are doing, but I can tell you there's a whole wealth of activity going on out there. And we will try and get better at vocalising what we're doing. But you are not here to hear from me. You are here to hear and listen to our young people. And so this is a great opportunity for you to really tap into what is it that motivates our young people to want to stay in the region and take up opportunities. what do good opportunities look like to them? So I would love for you to hear from them. So I'm going to invite them up now to come up to the stage. So I'm not going to give you a big introduction for each person. I'll just give you their name and which employer they're coming from, and then we'll hand over to them for them to do an introduction, explain a little bit more about themselves, and I'll then ask them some questions. So I would like to invite up Angus Mearns from Rocher Engineering. I would like to invite up Agnes Wu from West Fraser, Darren McLennan from Orbis, and Kira Wright from AES Renewables. So give them a big warm welcome up to the stage. Okay, so I think if we just start with yourself, Angus, and then work along this way, if you'd all like to do a bit of an introduction, just a bit about you, your job role, and the training opportunity that you took up within the Highlands and Islands.
I'm Angus Mearns. I work for Rocher Engineering. I work predominantly in a project engineer role, coordinating site management and civil resource, and also a bit of site management myself. I took on the graduate apprenticeship at Rocher Engineering and currently finishing my honours year of it. So,
hello, my name is Agnes Wu. I'm here with West Fraser. I'm a graduate apprentice. I'm in my first year of the apprenticeship and I'm doing studies at UHI as well. I'm also in the projects team in projects and engineering. So I'm working in reliability with conveyors, a bit of maintenance, a bit of continuous development.
Hi, some of you may have heard me speak earlier. My name is Kira. I work with AES Renewables. To give you a little bit more of a background, I recently completed a graduate apprenticeship in engineering with AES. So it was a 4-year course with a degree at Robert Gordon's University, working full-time for 4 years, as well as getting my degree. I recently completed that with a first-class honours degree, the standard kind of degree qualification you would get if you went to full-time uni as well, but had the work experience behind it also.
Hi, I'm Darren, and I work for Orbis Services. I'm a quantity surveyor, and I recently just finished my graduate apprenticeship in the construction and built environment at the UHI. Orbis Services are a mechanical and electrical subcontractor. We do a lot of renewable installations such as air source heat pumps and solar PV installations.
Thank you very much for your intros. So I think what would be really helpful for the audience to hear is what attracted you to the role that you're in and to the training that you undertook. What was it that made you consider that as a career, and particularly with thinking around green energy as well, if your role is very relatable to green energy? So I'll open that out. Who would like to go first?
So I was personally attracted by my role through my love of physics in high school. I realised during my latter years that engineering was something that was well suited to me. I went through various different levels of education to get to where I am today. And traditional uni is what I thought I had to do in order to get my qualifications to become a qualified engineer. I live in Buckeye in Moray personally, and I absolutely love the region. I love living by the sea. I love being able to go out a walk into the nature and the peace and quiet of my little town. It was somewhere where I grew up there as well, and it's somewhere that I wanted to stay. I felt that I had to move away in order to get the education that I needed for my career. And I was ready to go to university until AES offered the graduate apprenticeship, which I applied and successfully got. Keeping my apprenticeship meant that I was able to keep the ability to stay locally in the local area and maintain my place there, which meant so much to me. As moving away from Moray wasn't right for me, and I didn't want to do it, but I felt like many other students that are growing up and being told university is the only way to get your skills or develop your career, that's the path I had to do. So I'm very, very grateful, and it meant a lot to me to be able to do a local graduate apprenticeship and still get the full university degree without the ability to have to move away.
Thanks, Kira. Anybody else like to share there?
Don't
Don't be shy.
I'm doing my graduate apprenticeship And usually with that job role, you would go into work and also enter uni at the same time. But for my role, I was slightly different because I was already studying at UHI. I was 2 years into my degree, which is in mechanical and electrical engineering. And I was 2 years in and I thought I'd really like to get some engineering experience before I entered the workforce. So I was looking around at job roles at different places to do with engineering, and quite helpfully on the UHI like notice board, we've got a section for like local jobs, and I noticed at West Fraser they're doing a graduate apprenticeship, which would be slightly different. It's not really for people who are midway through their degree, but I thought I would apply anyway because I was interested in that type of mix of practical experience with theoretical learning. And I applied and I was successful, and I'm very glad I did because the blend of like practical hands-on experiencing on site mixed with the theoretical, it really helps to tie everything in together, and I think it was really beneficial for me, especially since at UHI a lot of the degree work is online occasionally, and missing out on that social side of interacting with like your lecturers, your colleagues, your classmates, which I think is a big part of doing a degree. It was helpful to be on site because there's so many experienced people like in the job roles that are there who can guide you, you can talk to, ask questions to, and I think doing a graduate apprenticeship was really the right way for me because I enjoyed having that like in-person practical side, like interacting with people like in the industry, as well as just the theoretical knowledge that you get in the classroom. So that really attracted me to my current job role.
Thanks, Agnes. Angus, do you want to talk through what appealed to you about your current job role?
Yeah, the kind of thing that sold it to me, and I don't think you could really win it from a university solely route, is making decisions, making key decisions within engineering role, making calls. You won't get that opportunity through just a university, and it kind of, you'll realise if you like the industry and the job you're in, if you get to face that before you fully commit. And you're also getting the same qualification plus 4 years experience as well at the same time. You really can't beat that.
Super, thank you. Darren, anything you want to add?
Yeah, well, with sustainability, I've always had like a general interest in sustainability, but having gone to the UHI for the graduate apprenticeship, I learned loads to do with sustainability, and obviously with my job role as well with renewables, it's been really interesting. So having that kind of both aspects have been really good because it's really gained my knowledge, and yeah, really happy for the opportunity that I've had.
Super, thank you. In terms of what we can do more of with employers, schools, communities, what could we be doing more of to attract people your age and those coming out of school now to stay in the region and take up opportunities? What would your advice be to us all?
I'd say as I was leaving school, it was kind of, they actually did all right at kind of steering away from the traditional university route. They were kind of sort of showing you them opportunities off these graduate apprenticeships, but I'd also say it was a wee bit thin as well. It was kind of, you're almost encouraged to go the Aberdeen route or Central Belt, but there is obviously opportunities that I've learned today, and it will be up and coming. Yeah, it's just also exposing that, and as you said earlier, no one will take an apprenticeship if they don't know it's there, so it's making sure they are aware, but also balancing that against they need that workload to get a sufficient learning in their place of work.
Super, thank you. Anybody else want to contribute to that?
Yeah, I'd just say the awareness. I know from leaving school, I didn't really know much about apprenticeships, so I was just kind of working after school. But knowing what I've known now, I really do think apprenticeships are the way forward, and you can work and learn. It's really good to actually get a university accredited degree at the end of it, so it's a no-brainer for myself.
Thank you. Kira, Agnes, anything you want to add to that?
It is just about having the conversations. I think that communication is a key word that's been thrown about a lot today, and it is just true. It's going into schools, it's giving kids the knowledge that they need and the tools that they need to be able to come into these roles, whether that be talks about STEM, which was something that wasn't available to me when I was in high school. There was no talks about STEM, there was no engineering science, it wasn't a subject that was available in Buckie. Where it's something that other schools potentially had. So it's making those kinds of subjects available to students from a young age to teach them and develop their skills and go in and have the conversations from real people like us, like what we're doing here is just having that conversation, teaching them about what we do as a job, and passing down that knowledge and information. And it's starting from a young age. I actually got to be a part of a very interesting thing that is a new innovation hub in Elgin that's been created for kids to go, and it's a STEM play hub. And it's basically, they've got a rocket ship to teach you about space. They've got a wind tunnel to teach you about wind technology. They've got a manufacturing little element so that you can play with things and learn how things are processed. And it's, again, about developing that skills, but making it in a fun way to teach kids from a little age about these various different STEM skills and passing down that knowledge. And I think it's fantastic. It's like a little Glasgow Science Centre, but in Elgin Library. It's fantastic.
Brilliant. It's great to hear some of the things that you're saying, because they're key pieces of work that we've pulled into Workforce North. We've got a magazine heading out to all Highland schools initially, but it's ready to be rolled out right across the region about just the sheer volume of opportunities that are on the doorstep. And that's not just for the pupils, that's actually to go right across the school system and out to parents, followed up with digital technology as well, because we know often it's not necessarily the hard paper that people will be looking at. Quite often it's the digital content, so we're making sure we're covering that off. We're also doing quite a lot of work in terms of just the school approach and the school messaging around what is the kind of pathway for school leavers. And we know there is a huge amount of messaging with the UCAS system and applying to full-time learning. We're trying to make sure that messaging is on an equal footing for things like apprenticeships and industry. So it's great to pick up your point about STEM, Kira, absolutely. And we know these types of activities have to be built in very early. We have got to start influencing people from a very young age. So we've got some quite focused pieces of work and working with STEM colleagues right around the region to make sure that that's a key piece of focus. So, yeah. Agnes, is there anything more you want to add to that?
I think that especially for young people, exposure is key. Young people, they tend to go into things that they find cool or inspiring. I know that's for my company in particular. Some of the things that we're doing is our operations manager, he will go into UHI and give talks to the apprentices there, and that kind of gives exposure of our company and what we're doing. And we also often have like local tours, so we'll have schools come in, like we'll see like a classroom size gang of children like coming in, like older children coming in on site, and they'll get a tour of the site. And they'll wear their hard hats and look around, and it's quite good exposure because the mill is quite cool, it's very big, and it gives these like the kids like chance to look at it and see what it's like to be working on site and just meet all the engineers on site. And also for exposure wise, we've been asked, and our continuous engineer is developing an engineering sort of game, and we're going to be taking it to Belladrum, which is a local music festival up in the Highlands. So just having like a stall and kind of putting like our name out there and just interacting, because there'll be a lot of young people at Belladrum, and as well as families and such and such. So that's a good way to kind of get exposure, put our name out, what we're doing, but also attract young people to the company by letting them experience a bit of who we are and what we're like.
Thanks, Agnes. So I'm obviously just conscious of time. We're knocking up close to finish time. So I'd just like to give you one final opportunity. So our audience here is made up of key people from industry, our public sector partners. What one piece of advice would you give to them in terms of what activity and how to inspire, what activity we should be doing on how to inspire young people into green energy and into wider opportunities in the Highlands and Islands?
Well, first of all, we have to have the roles available, assess where we can be feeding in apprentices into positions, obviously, again, dependent on workload. But also it starts probably from the 4th year in school, feeding that in, 4th year to 6th year, and trying to feed people in, because there's various roles that they can fit into. Could be a sort of lower qualification to feed them into a larger qualification if you pick them up young enough, but it's a good thing for them because they'll be getting the experience from very young, and they'll see sites. It's good to get them out into sites as well and get them fed in.
Agnes?
I think for employers, just being open to the young talents. I think a lot of young people have fresh ideas, but sometimes they need a bit of developing. I think being open to that and kind of investment initially of supporting young people as they're developing their skills can often have like big payback, because as they're in the local workplace, they can quite quickly absorb like the skills necessary for that job, and encouraging them that in the early process later on they can often have big payback and generating some very useful ideas to the company. So I think that initial investment into the young people can often have big payback. So being open, I think, to the young talent is important, offering something and getting something in return.
Thank you, Agnes. Kira?
I definitely back what Agnes is saying there. Apprentices are also a lot cheaper than a standard work person, and you can get so much out of it, as Agnes is saying, fresh ideas that can be developed and grown, and there's a real benefit behind transferring skills to the younger generation to build them up. At the end of the day, the younger generation is the future. People like us coming into the workforce, the skills have got to be transferred down the generations in order to keep businesses alive, and apprenticeships are the best way to do it. It retains a lot of your teaching as well, because a lot of the time the colleges or the universities are also providing a certain amount of education, and it takes the pressure off of employers to give the standalone kind of training there. I would always encourage an employer to look down an apprenticeship route, because you never know what you could get out of it. There's fantastic things that the youth can bring to your workplace, and great ideas.
Thanks, Kira. And finally, Darren.
I just say increase number of apprenticeships, because I think that's the key kind of aspect here for employers is to actually back the young people and give them the opportunity. I'm just so grateful myself to have the opportunity to actually do my graduate apprenticeship, and from school I never really actually could, the older I was getting, the harder it was to actually get an apprenticeship, but even with this graduate apprenticeship, I'm 28 now and I've just completed it, so it shows that it's not even just the young, like people from school, it can be a bit older, and yeah, I think just backing apprenticeships, I think that's the way forward.
Thank you so much. And I would just like to ask the audience to just please, a round of applause for our young folk. What a great job they've done.
I would just like to add my thanks to Claire, and obviously to our young panel as well. And can I add something, if I may, with your permission? Don't just get to young people, employers, get to their parents as well, because there are still some of us of my generation and slightly younger, can you believe it, who thought maybe that university and university away was the best thing for their children. And for some kids that is right. For some kids it is right to go to another city and experience another way of living and get away from mum and dad. But also and we didn't touch on it, there's a financial thing as well. You're learning and earning. You're not just learning and racking up a huge student debt, and I think that's an enormous benefit also for parents, if I can say so. Please give our panel another round of applause. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you. Just very, very finally, that is it. You don't need me to wrap up what I thought of today, because I promised to get you out of here at about 3 o'clock, and it's now 3:02. So I'm eating into your valuable post-conference networking time, because I believe there's tea and coffee and cakes next door. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to all our panelists, all our speakers, all our sponsors, you can see them all up there, and all our exhibitors as well. I think lots of them will still have their stands up through next door. But even if you weren't a speaker or a panelist or an exhibitor or a sponsor, thank you for being here, because we wouldn't have had nearly as much fun, and it wouldn't have been nearly as fulfilling just talking to a row of empty seats and each other. It has been lovely to have you here, to hear the buzz. I mean, honestly, having to stand up there and yell at you all to get you into the room so we can get started, really, that is what conferences are all about. It's the connections, it's the conversations, and that's where the magic happens. I hope you've all learned something today. I hope you've all had your ideas challenged, and I hope you've all, despite that panel that I chaired earlier on, that you are energized and you are enthused and you can feel the passion and the ambition that is coming here, and that if we still keep going in the right direction, my goodness, where could the next 4, 8, 12, 20 odd years take us? I absolutely cannot wait to find out. Now, there should be a QR code just there. It's really, really teeny wee, so good luck getting that on your phone. But if you can, that will bring you into a feedback page, which would be incredibly useful, and that will be used by the Scotsman and by Iconic Events who've pulled this conference together to make it better for next year. So if you can, give us your feedback. That would be very much appreciated. So again, that is it from me. It is 15:04, and I will leave you to it. Again, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for your presence, your input, your interest, and all of your questions, those of you who got a chance to ask one. And we shall see you at the tea and coffee. We might see you next year as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. I forgot to say that